A SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the 49ers and QB Brock Purdy have agreed to a 5-year, $265 million contract extension. Purdy will get $181 million in guaranteed money as the deal runs through 2030. Not bad for the 2022 draft's Mr. Irrelevant. One playoff game tonight in the association. The Celtics look to force Game 7 with a victory tonight against the Knicks in Madison Square Garden. New York is favored by 2.5 at home. Tip-off at 5. On Sunday, we're going to have one Game 7 in Oklahoma City. Right now, the Thunder, they're going to take on the Nuggets. Currently, the Thunder are favored in that one by 7.5. Tip-off at 12:30. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back, the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf.
You know it's coming, and you still get the chuckle. Welcome aboard.
Oh, I know. I keep waiting for it. It gets me every
I laugh, and I'm
time.
looking over at you, and you're laughing, and it's just that line is just hits perfect.
I'm waiting for a day that I can use that. I have that some point in my life. Someone's going to bring up a quail, and I'm going to have that holstered, and no one's going to get it, and it's going to be devastating to me. But deep down, I'll know that it warmed my heart. I was like, we were hiking through, me and the BTJ were hiking through, we were in Mexico, and we were hiking through the jungle where they shot Predator.
Mm-hmm.
And when I found that out, I was like, holy hell, this is the greatest thing ever. So I'm just like in my Predator element, just like throwing Predator lines, and she has
whoosh,
no
whoosh,
idea what I'm talking
whoosh,
about.
right over the head.
And I looked down, and I'd gotten cut, and I was bleeding from my leg. And I was like, yes. And I was just waiting for her to look down and say that you're bleeding. And like 10 minutes go by, and I'm like, just look. And eventually she looks at me and goes, oh my gosh, honey, you're bleeding. And I was like, I ain't got time to bleed. And she's like, what?
What do you mean you don't have time?
She's like, let's get this cleaned up. And I'm like, no, you're ruining the moment. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I care. And I'm like, damn it, woman. I'm like, just one time, understand. I've been waiting my whole life to say I ain't got time to bleed.
Has she ever watched it with you?
Yes.
Oh, that makes it. So if it was a true blind spot, I get it. But not only is this important to you, you've made her sit through it.
Here's the problem. If you live with me for several years, you probably have seen Predator.
You've seen Predator by osmosis.
Like 19 times.
Sure.
The problem is that the number of times she's watched Predator versus the number of times she's seen Predator, 19 versus 0. She has no idea. It's one of those, what are you watching? I'm watching Predator. And then she sits down and it's kind of, there's like a haze.
Yeah.
Maybe playing on her phone.
I'll pick up my phone now and see what's going on.
Well, we got into it the other night. We were talking about Timothée Chalamet.
Yeah.
And he's dreamy. I like me some Timothée Chalamet.
He might have been the king of hot rat boy summer.
Yeah, he's king of the twinks.
Yeah.
And me and my daughter were talking about him, and she mentioned Dune. And I was like, I'm like, you got to watch Dune. He plays Space Jesus. And she's like, what? And I'm like, yeah. I was like, and have you seen Dune?
I have not seen Dune. I know of Dune, but I have not seen it.
I've got you.
I love the 1984 version, and the new ones are phenomenal.
People said those were epic, especially in theater.
They are, and he plays Space Jesus. He is literally Space Jesus. So me and my daughter were talking about it, and my gal's like, when did you see Dune? I'm like, what? She's like, you've seen Dune? I'm like, yes, I saw them both in the theater. And she got all pissy at me because she's like, why did you see him without me? And I said, because under no circumstance could you watch Dune. There's so much going on, and Will can back me up on this.
And so much going on that you've seen her lose interest in other forms.
You cannot casually watch Dune. There's too much.
Mhm.
If I watch Dune, they're like 3-hour movies, and 2.5 of them would be spent with her asking me what just happened. Who's that? Why is that person doing this? And I was like, honey, I love you, but you cannot watch Dune. It is just not in your wheelhouse. And then as me and my daughter were going through and she was asking me about Dune, it dawned on her as I explained the plot of Space Jesus and what the planet is and all that. I just looked at her, I was like, you get it now, don't you? And she was like, yeah.
Yeah, you're like 3 minutes into this epic saga of what it's going to be about, and you're already losing interest. You don't want the full feature film.
No, she just had that. And then she was still like, I would have liked the opportunity. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry. There's just some movies I know that I need to go see without you, and Space Jesus is one of them. And that's not a knock on her. It's just some people are made for really long.
No, you know what cloth she's cut from a
Yes.
entertainment standpoint. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, but it turned into a whole thing. She's not the greatest movie. She has many, many wonderful qualities. Watching movies, not one of them. It's just, you can see her as she's watching a movie. You can see the glaze kind of come over her face as she's starting to like lose interest. Maybe the phone comes out a little bit. The head starts nodding. The sleeps come in. You're like, oh boy. I mean, when we go to a movie, she's excited when she doesn't fall asleep. Like we went and saw Thunderbolts the other night, and then at the end of it, she was like, I didn't fall asleep. That's the bar. That's her source of I didn't fall asleep once. You're like, way to go.
Must have loved it.
Fist bump, baby. Way to go.
Wait, what is Thunderbolts?
That's the new it's the new Marvel.
Oh, okay.
Is
Got
it good?
Well, let me say this. For instance, Marvel movies suck. I think they're terrible. And I think like 1 out of every 10 is good.
Yeah, you watched it?
It was for my daughter's birthday. She wanted to go see the new Thunderbolts. And I will say for a Marvel movie, A minus.
Okay. Oh.
And I am very harsh because I think those movies suck. And this is a very
Sounds like a pleasant surprise.
Yes, you could do a lot worse than checking out the new Thunderbolts. I would say in the grand total of Marvel, I think there's like 5 good ones out of the 50 they've made, and I would bookend this right in it's good. It's a nice solid movie because it's just a good movie. You don't know who any of the characters are. It's an all new story. It's not a bunch of famous superheroes. No Iron Man. No, none of that. It's just a fun movie. And the best part, the villain, his superpower, depression.
Interesting.
How
does that
kidding.
work?
I'm not
Getting
kidding.
Woke.
I'm not kidding. The big evil
They introduce him to the power of therapy?
actually they kind of do.
Do they?
The big evil superpower is clinical depression. And I'm telling you, it works. Like halfway through the movie, my daughter turns to me and goes, so his superpower is depression? And I was like, it appears so. And then it turns into like super depression, and it kind of works. I don't know how it works, but it does. Who knew that the biggest evil on the planet was someone that could share their clinical depression with you?
I've become a big fan at 27 of solo movies.
Ooh, yeah. So it is so funny to me that for generations, the idea of like dinner and a movie is a good date thing.
Yeah.
It
Bad
is
date
not.
idea.
Because
Bad
you're
date
not
idea.
supposed to talk.
No.
So and a date is usually more of a get to know you. I mean, you can have a date with your wife or your long-term significant other, but like the purpose of a date is to interact. If you go to a 2-hour movie, you're not doing that. The one thing I'll say, doing the movie and dinner in that order, not so bad, because at least you go to the movie first and then you have something to talk about over dinner. But I mean,
well, like
movies right out as a date. You don't need to go with.
If significant other really is into movies, but
Sure, but if you both want to shut up and watch the movie, but otherwise you're not there to socialize.
you just have to know. You have to know what your wheelhouse is, and this is how I explain it to the BTJ. She's a foodie, and so she goes to like when Con opens up, it's like, oh my God, we have to find a way to go to Con. And she
Which,
goes,
by the way, was delightful.
it was delightful. But she goes to a lot of very pretentious restaurants.
Yeah, she's a bougie eatery queen.
And guess who doesn't get invited? Me.
It would be nice to be invited, though, wouldn't it?
That's what I tell her all the time, but actually it's not. It's great.
You actually love not getting invited.
Because she has a friend of hers, she has her best girlfriend, also is a foodie. So they go and do that. And I go to Jerry's and
Perfect.
drink Wisconsin Old Fashions and eat wings.
There you go.
And it's great. And that's what I explained to her. You going to a fancy frou-frou restaurant is like me going to see Dune. You know I shouldn't accompany you to that restaurant.
That there's a low percentage chance that I really enjoy myself, but you're gonna have a great time. So us doing it together doesn't make the most sense.
Exactly. You go see a Nicolas Cage. Her favorite movie is Face Off, if that tells you anything. Her favorite movie of all time, Face Off. If your favorite movie is Face Off, you can't go watch Dune.
I love Face Off.
It doesn't work.
I freaking love Face Off. We almost actually have a drop of you that sounds kind of like that Nicolas Cage when he talks about eating a peach for hours.
I think he was a Georgia peach. So it's every couple needs to understand where the bread's buttered, where the wheelhouse is.
Yeah.
Not everything is a couple's activity. Not everything is a solo activity.
Well, and finding your couple's activities is awesome. And then you have those couple things that are special to you. And then otherwise, it is so healthy to have differing interests.
Thank you.
You need it.
Thank you.
We were graced by some fan royalty just moments ago. The first lady of the fan now,
Yes.
Lindsay Harris, stopping by.
The original Mrs. Fanman.
The original Mrs. Fanman, and still Mrs. Fanman.
Yeah. We have a long sorted past between me and the Fanman and Mrs. Fanman. So now it's weird that she is the boss.
What is that sordid past?
Well,
Yeah, do tell.
the running joke that we always had. So I've known Dusty for 20 years.
Yeah.
And so I knew Dusty when he was dating Lindsay, Mrs. Fanman. And I would always joke that when they got married, whenever I would see Dusty, I would say, "How's your wife and my kids?" That's the old Major League line. And then me and Dusty we always had a nice, an evil back and forth.
Sure.
So when I found out that Dusty was actually pregnant, I hatched a plan and I told him that I was going to murder him and raise his son
I have concepts of a plan.
as
You'll
my
execute
own.
the baby.
And I would raise that son to hate his father. And that every year on his birthday that we would go, me and my son would go and urinate on his grave.
Oh, nice.
This was like my running joke. And so Dusty told his wife about this.
Brilliant.
And so she was like, "Oh, wow." So it was always just kind of it was always one of those tongue-in-cheek things. And so when Dusty actually told me that they were pregnant, I was like, "Dude, give me Lindsay's number." And Dusty goes, "Oh yeah." So Dusty gives me her number, and I sent Lindsay a text message. This is like right after they announced they were pregnant, and I was like, "Phase 1 of our plan is underway. Moving on to phase 2. The less you know, probably the better." And I said, "Congratulations on our son."
And how was that received?
I think I just got the text message just said, "Wow, very uncomfortable," and I went, "Perfect." That was always they are just some of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet. And that was the first time we had a chance to see her since Dusty ascended to the ranks of Fan Jesus. He's not Space Jesus, but he's Fan Jesus now, which is great.
And speaking of raising young ones, you were giving fatherly fashion advice to our esteemed producer today about coats and jeans and wardrobes.
Yeah, it's a little, passing it on, man. You share on down. Well, we got the opera tonight.
Oh.
Got a little fall staff happening at the Portland Opera House. So I've got the
I don't know Falstaff. What is Falstaff?
I have the change of clothes over there. And Will was like, "Were you going to like a wedding?"
Yeah, you had a suit coat that you were lint rolling, and I was like, "Oh, what's going on over here?"
No. Yeah, we got a little opera.
I love it.
Yeah, a little Portland Opera House tonight.
By the way,
we had to bring a change of clothes.
That voice you hear, that is Will Ortner. It is an SOB edition of Primetime today. Rop, still on the road. Buckley, Ortner, and Souk with you. I guess that would be BOS. It's SOB, Souk, Ortner, and Buckley. But we do have a sports show for you.
Yeah.
Got a little association amuse-bouche. Best 2 words in all of sports. Game 7 coming our way on Sunday. Some NFL Nilla wafers, including one big bomb today. Brock Purdy getting paid by the Niners. Got some baseball diamond Dunkaroos and a news segment that I like to call the Pick Ponies Club in advance of the Preakness.
Oh, okay.
So after a superfecta, there's only one thing this gambler can do, and that is to chase it.
Let's do it.
We're gonna get into that about
Go all
5.
right. I hope you're letting it all ride.
That's what. No.
Don't listen to his gambling advice. It's bad.
And you know
go,
what?
let's go, let
I
it go.
need to point out, I'm not the only person that goes to these levels. I came in today and I mentioned to Will that I was I was planning to do a Preakness segment. And he goes, "Oh, that reminds me. I've got a horse in the Black-Eyed Susan Stakes today." And I said, "I do too." It's the precursor to the Preakness at Pimlico.
That might be time to go to meetings, boys.
I think they just ran it. Do we know who won, Will?
My thing isn't loading right now, but I don't think it's fair that Opera Boy is trying to yuck our yum.
That makes me so happy that you guys are betting on what was it?
The Black-Eyed Susan Stakes.
Oh yeah, Black-Eyed Susan Stakes.
Catch up, Mustard.
We'll find out in the next segment whether Will or I won any money, but
It's
also
delayed.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll wait on bated breath for the rest of the show then.
I can't wait.
But headlines are coming up next on this SOB edition of Primetime, 1080 The Fan. Primetime, an SOB edition. PGA Championship heating up a little bit. It's time for our headlines, and the leaderboard's been a little thin with big names at the top, but that's starting to change. Scotty Scheffler up there now.
Dude, I looked at it earlier today.
It
and
was rough.
I felt it was the Corn Ferry Tour. I didn't know anybody.
Yeah.
I'm like, who that? And I know I'm like not the most avid golf fan in the world,
but still, you know
Jeebus.
the top 20 or 25 names, and there ain't many of them up there.
I was like, who is it? Who's Jonathan Vegas?
And by the way, as a natural sports name, Johnny Vegas might be at the very top.
Yeah, except what is he? He's a Spaniard?
I think he might be
Is
Colombian.
he Colombian?
Let's find out for sure. But yeah, he
Venezuelan, maybe?
He had the low round yesterday. He was 7 under par. Today, he was 10 under going into 18. He double bogeyed that one.
Yeah.
We'll have a little bit more for you on the PGA Championship coming up later in the show. But the big news breaking about an hour before our show is the San Francisco 49ers have reached a deal with one Brock Purdy, and homeboy is getting paid.
He got paid. I loved everyone that thought he was going to take some sort of hometown discount. No.
For what? Because they drafted a Mr. Like, why would they do that?
I don't
Why would he do
understand.
that?
The chatter and the conversation around Brock Purdy it just makes no sense to me. Like, you have all these the ESPN and the talking heads like, I wouldn't pay him $1 more than $30 million. Like, in what world? I go back to draft bias. Draft bias is a real thing. That if you're drafted in the first round, we automatically assume X about you, and if you're drafted in the fifth or sixth or seventh round, we assume Y about you.
Well, it's like if you're drafted that far back, you could only be worth. You couldn't possibly be worth that much. Otherwise, someone would have thought so sooner.
And I'm not here to try to say that Brock Purdy is Tom Brady or
No,
Patrick Mahomes,
no,
but
far from it.
There is no objective argument you can make to Brock Purdy not being worth a top 10 salary in the NFL. When you look at his numbers compared to anyone else,
It's in line with his peers.
it is.
He's earned this.
He has absolutely earned this. But again, we struggle with it because it's the idea that, well, he plays in San Francisco and he's got a good quarterback, or he's got a good coach, and he has all these weapons around him. And that really hasn't always been true. Brock Purdy has been the straw that stirs that drink. And he was one play away, by the way, a bad play from his right guard, from winning a Super Bowl. And then what would we think about him then? So, I mean, I get the idea that now that you've paid him, it's going to be hard for San Francisco, but it's hard for anyone that pays their quarterback. But your alternative to that is to let Brock Purdy walk.
Well, and
then
in no
and then
world
do
would you
what?
do that.
No, and then do what? Where would you like to go?
I mean, I guess you could try to do the thing where you kick the can down the road and then you try to franchise tag him and
Go ask
you
the
see
Pitts-
if it's going to be.
Go ask the
But
Pittsburgh Steelers. Go ask the Washington. Well, they were the Redskins at the time of the Commanders. Go
Yeah.
ask them how that worked with Kirk Cousins.
I know. Yeah, and I do get some of the Purdy skepticism, not just because of the draft bias part of it, but when you look at him, he doesn't look like the prototype guy. He
Throws one of the better downfield balls in all of football, and the numbers back it up.
They absolutely do, but I think that just on the eye test for a lot of casual people, you're like, he can't be worth what those other guys are worth. And then you throw in the fact that he was drafted so much later than everybody else, and people are like, he can't possibly be worth that. In my group chat with my football friends today, the very first reaction was, seems like he's way overpaid, but I guess that's in line with what other people are getting. And I don't know that he is. I think it's just in line.
So when you look at it, Dak's 1, Burrow's 2, Allen's 3, then Jordan Love, then Trevor Lawrence, and then Tua, and then, well, Tua, Goff, and Herbert are right there with Brock Purdy.
Yeah, and that's about right.
So
for what you've done, and
yes.
The other thing people want to point out, sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, it's just like that is basically you're saying that anyone between the range of 50 and 53 are going to be where Brock is. Brock's about 53 a year, right? And so that is going to be Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, and Jordan Love. And then you get into that next, tier of Allen, Burrow, and then believe it or not, Dak is number 1. And again, tell me where you want to put Brock Purdy in that. I would take him over Jordan Love.
Yep.
I would take him. Regardless of whether you would take him or not, he's been better than Jordan Love. He's been better than Trevor Lawrence. He's been better than Tua. He's been on par or better than Jared Goff, although Goff has had the last 2 years in Detroit have been fantastic. His numbers are comparable, if not better than Justin Herbert's. His numbers are better than Jalen Hurts, but Hurts obviously has gone on and won a Super Bowl. You want to talk about a guy that benefited from playing around a great team, I give you Jalen Hurts. And he's better than Kyler Murray. So I just, this idea that you don't want to pay him, You think he's Geno Smith? You think he's Derek Carr?
Well, here's the other thing that I think comes into play is that I think because of Kyle Shanahan's offensive genius and because of the weapons that the 49ers have had over the last 4 or 5 years, people think, or there's this perception out there, well, it's not the quarterback, it's just you plug the guy in who can make Kyle's system work. If it were that easy, Garoppolo would have won a Super Bowl.
Yes.
If it were that easy, Trey Lance would have picked it up. If it were that easy, even guys that they drafted late who weren't Mr. Irrelevant like CJ Beathard and Nick Mullins, they would have been more successful. It's not because Brock Purdy just can kind of do the simple things Shanahan's asking. It's a complex offense with a lot to do, and he's a master at pulling the levers.
Well, so we're going to take last year, which was not a great year for San Francisco.
No, what, 5-11?
5-11,
yeah.
and obviously they had
Or 5-12?
a lot of injuries.
17 games?
This is Brock Purdy in 2024. First in passing rating, first in ESPN QBR, second in touchdown passes, second in completion percentage, first in yards per attempt, 20th in passing attempts, second in passing yards. I would like you to realize that. 20th in attempts, second in yards.
Yeah. And by the way, who played their worst season as a 49er last year?
Yeah.
Debo Samuel did. Brandon Ayuk sat out most of the season. It's
and that was without a ton of.
That's what I'm saying. He didn't have much help, and he did that.
So I don't know what people want. If his worst statistical year is last year and he had a 96 quarterback rating, by the way, his career quarterback rating is 104.9. Like, I don't know where
you can say that he hasn't gotten to this point naturally organic. Like, this isn't a Daniel Jones, well, we've got to pay somebody, let's throw the bag at him. No, this is a guy who's earned it.
Yes, he has absolutely earned it. And anyone that thought that he was going to take $37 million Geno Smith money
because he was Mr. Irrelevant,
and because you think he played on a good team,
yeah. With a good coach.
Yeah, well, that's not the way this works.
And by the way, if he were that replaceable, that smart coach would say, well, let's just don't pay him. Let's get another guy. That coach is on board with paying him because of what he does.
Yes, I would like to point out that San Francisco moved on from a quarterback that got them to the doorstep of Super Bowl and gave up a lot to go draft an unnamed guy by the name of Trey Lance. They did not move on from Brock Purdy. And by the way, you could have moved on and hit a hard reset, but you didn't.
Sure.
You gave him $53 million. And to me, when Kyle Shanahan signs off on giving a guy $53 million and Kyle Shanahan has forgotten more about the quarterback position than I will ever know, probably means that Kyle Shanahan thinks that Brock Purdy's pretty good.
And Kyle Shanahan, to a degree, is gripping a little bit as a head coach because he's got that stigma of not being able to win the big one. So he's not going to sign off on a guy that he doesn't think can get him there. And he believes that Brock Purdy can. Is he a top 8 quarterback? I don't know. He's somewhere around there, but he certainly has what he's done or what he's performed, how he's performed statistically with the weapons he's had or hasn't had, and the way he's operated that system has made him the obvious choice for paying and not letting walk, I don't think.
Yeah.
Additionally, earlier this week, we got an official sports valuation related to the 49ers.
Oh, yeah.
This was, I had in the notes for yesterday, we'll tag it in here, but we see every year the Forbes valuations of the top sports teams, and it's all projected and it's all kind of not guessed at, but there are metrics that they can use for it. But it's not official. The 49ers were officially selling a minority stake in their ownership or of the franchise, and so therefore needed to be officially valued by the banks and and the lawyers and everybody involved. And we now have an officially valued or evaluated new highest valued team in the NFL, $8.5 billion.
Yowzers.
Yeah. And so you and I were kicking around, if that's the Niners, who certainly you're in a big market with a lot of history and prestige on your side, but you are probably not even a top 5 valued franchise in the NFL, maybe near it, but you look at other franchises like the Cowboys or the Giants or Jets or one of the LA franchises, like, the valuations for these clubs now are bordering on insane.
Yeah, so I just looked up like what Forbes, and they had the Niners 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They were the 7th.
That's kind of where I guess they would have been.
They were 7th. So if they're
8.5 billion,
8.5, which means they would
sell for
on an
more
open
than that.
market, they would sell for probably close to 10. I don't know what the Dallas Cowboys sell for. 12?
Yeah, I think that's probably where you start.
I mean, a lot. So that is a staggering number when you look at the Niners valuation. And by the way, good for you'll see more and more owners do this. Like if you're an owner and your team is valued at $9 billion, why wouldn't you keep controlling stake of your team and then just sell 25% of it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like to put a couple $1 billion of cash in your pocket and still maintain, the control of your team?
And so that's just I think they sold that stake for $500 million, the 6% or something like that. They took back for it. So
whatever. I mean, yeah, it's just a nice way. If you want to get some cash in your pocket to go do whatever you want, just sell off a chunk of your team. And you're seeing more and more people do this, and why wouldn't you? It's a way of getting cash flow and yet still holding on to the most valuable thing you own. I'm surprised the Dallas Cowboys haven't done that. Because Jerry kind of seems like a little bit of a cheap ass.
you know what? And this will come up a little bit later in some of our NFL Nilla wafers, but I got a list of the NFL teams ranked by how rich their owners are. The net worth of each owner, not the worth of each franchise. Some interesting nuggets in there. I also failed to mention at the top of the show, we have our Friday sports guest that we always do. Joey Harrington will be here with us at 5:30 for a little chit-chat. We'll see if we get into any football, but I want to ask him about the Blazers and ownership and what that looks like. But coming up next, we got to get to the NBA. Game 7 coming on Sunday. Are the 1-seed Thunder on the ropes? We'll talk about it. Here's Will with SportsCenter.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan, the 49ers and quarterback Brock Purdy have agreed to a 5-year, $265 million contract extension. Purdy's going to get $181 million in guaranteed money. One playoff game tonight in the NHL. The Panthers are looking to finish off the Maple Leafs at home in Game 6 of their series. Florida is favored by minus 230 on the money line. Puck drop at 5. If the Maple Leafs win this game, they will play a Game 7 on Sunday. On Saturday in the NHL, the Stars look to end the Winnipeg Jets season in Dallas. Stars are up 3-2 in that series. Dallas is favored by minus 155 on the money line. Puck's going to drop at 5. If Dallas does win, they will face off against Edmonton in the Western Conference Finals. Round 2 of the PGA Championship today. Max Homa was the big mover of the day. He jumped up 68 spots, shooting a 7 under 64. Homa is currently tied for 5th. Johnny Vegas leads the tournament right now. He is at 8 under. Scheffler also heading up that leaderboard. He's at 5 under. He's played 16 holes so far today. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new
Association Amuse-Bouche. Little NBA talk for you today on the heels of a forced Game 7. The Nuggets hang on. They rally. A sick Jamal Murray plays very well. And now the 1 seed already out in the East, on the ropes in the West. We're going to get a Game 7 in OKC on Sunday. This series has been great. It feels like it's been a teeter-totter a little bit, in that a lot of the games have been really hard fought, but they've been games of runs, they've been games of droughts, and it's been, sometimes it's dependent on the whistle, sometimes it's not, but I feel like it's been good theater all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've seen a couple now, these last two, where it felt like one team was in control and then a third quarter run
Went the other way.
It goes the other way. And, it's weird in that, Jokic, in a game they lost, has an all-time performance because he gets no help. And last night he was good, but it wasn't like, it wasn't like peak, oh my God, this is the best player in the world.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden you get contributions. Murray steps up when he was sick. Christian Brown, huge night for him.
Julian Strawther.
Where the hell is Julian Strawther? I'm like, what? He's just out there hitting like 3-4 threes. And so, it's nice that you've had a series that has a lot of these different elements to it. And now you get the best thing in sports, which is a Game 7. And I really thought Oklahoma City would just, after that first, what the hell happened, and they blew out Denver, I just thought their depth would especially wear down Denver. I mean, Denver essentially plays 7 guys, right? And it's just not a good bench. And Oklahoma City is so deep and they're so much younger that I thought they'd wear them down. And I still think that's a huge advantage in Game 7. But, Jokic didn't have to go all out. He only shot 14 times last night. And I'll tell you what, I'm not certain, because I said all along, this is Oklahoma City. I'm not certain that I want Game 7 against that Serbian dude. I'm not certain I want that guy walking into my arena, and that's who I have to slay. That guy is entering status of, I don't want to F with that guy. If there's one guy right now in the NBA, all things being equal, and I got one game, and I always call them the bus guys. Whenever you played like high school football,
The guy you want coming off the bus first.
yeah, and that was the guy you'd look at and be like, I don't like this. I don't think there's another player in the NBA that I want getting off my bus first.
Yeah.
And so even though Oklahoma City is the better team, they're at home, and I've been on Oklahoma City the whole time, I find it hard to bet against Denver and that guy getting off the bus in Oklahoma City.
Well, so here are a couple things that I saw last night that are wildly concerning for OKC, because they were so dominant in the regular season as far as what their output was offensively versus what they were allowing defensively. And let's see, the stat here is that this is the first time that a team in the top 10 of point differential has lost 3 games before the conference finals since 2016.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe Oklahoma City had the best point differential of all time this season.
Yes, correct. Yeah, and now they're staring down the barrel of Game 7 where anything can happen.
Yeah, and it's the best defensive team in the NBA, and you gave up 119 to a Denver team, and it wasn't like Jokic. Like if Jokic goes crazy for 45, I get it, but to have 3 guys go for 20 on you, I really thought Oklahoma City was better than that. I really did, and I thought that maybe Shea would he's going to win the MVP this year, and again, I mean Shea had 32. Like I'm not trying to throw any sort of to shade at the guy. I just thought that he would be the difference in this series.
And so here's the other stat that I saw. He has been a difference maker, but the games or the performances in which Jokic teammates have scored 21 plus, that's happened 8 times in 6 games. You want to guess how many times OKC teammates of Shea have scored 21 plus?
How many?
Once.
Huh.
All series.
See, that's a killer for the team that's supposed to be.
They've got the depth, but they don't have any.
The deeper team.
They don't have the 2 or 3 big depth guys that are really stepping up and helping out. And last night they were atrocious from behind the arc. That was kind of their big killer last night. But you don't have one guy. You're not getting a Julian Strawther. You're not getting a Christian Brown performance. You're not getting those performances. And boy, if it's a battle of just Shea versus Jokic and which MVP candidate can do the most damage in the final game, I'm terrified for OKC.
Yeah. I mean, this is all you could hope for if you're the NBA. And I'm not certain if you're in the NBA, who do you want to see emerge from that? Do you want it to be the young Timberwolves and the young Thunder, or do you want to see Jokic continue to write the legacy as the best big of his generation and maybe
And he's probably the bigger draw,
a
right?
top
Wouldn't
three?
more people?
I would think.
I would
right?
think so too.
I would think, but I don't know. Jokic versus the star power of Oklahoma City, neither one of them is a huge market. And, I don't know. I don't know who you'd want to see. There's part of me that says that you would want to see the young Thunder against the Timberwolves and Ann Edwards.
Sure.
But I don't know. Does Jokic move the needle for everyone from a TV state? He does me.
He does for me too, and I also feel like in a weird way he does, but not because of the reasons he should. I feel like there's been this thing where he's been maligned. Is he worthy? Is he not? Is he a top 10 guy? Is he not? Like, is he just a top European? Is he just a volume guy? It feels like he's for some reason hotly debated because he won multiple MVPs and they thought that shut other people out or whatever, but for my money, he's one of the most entertaining players to watch in the league.
Well, if he goes into Game 7 and slays the number one team in the NBA and the MVP this year in Shea and the team with the greatest point differential of all time, and he does it with no offense to his team, but like he still has never played with an all-star. He's never played with an all-NBA guy. He's never played with an all-defensive guy.
Yep.
And look, there's Jamal Murray's good. Christian Brown's okay.
Yeah, Jamal Murray's like right on the cusp of all-star status, or has been.
But you want to talk about in a league where supposedly you can't do it by yourself. He's done it by himself.
Yeah, and with not a lot of other help too. Like you just mentioned, it's not like there's a whole lot of depth. It's like 7 guys who kind of piecemeal it together.
Yeah, and then you fire your coach with a handful of games left in the season, and you bring in a guy that was a high school coach a handful of years ago in Adelman, and now you're doing this? I mean, I said every day that guy plays, there's a little bit more of we are watching something truly special.
Yeah.
And that whole notion of not caring and it just kind of being an afterthought, I think even that stuff has gone out the window because you see him now, he's beyond engaged. He's yelling at people.
Well, after Malone got fired, he almost took over as player coach. I mean,
it feels like he is the coach.
Like I know Adelman is still technically the one pushing the buttons, but he's the one leading huddles. He's the one telling people down the stretch, here's what we're doing, here's how we're doing it.
And it'll be interesting to see, much like Houston, if Oklahoma City does bow out in Game 7,
are there changes coming?
do you continue to be patient and let this thing cook? Or, the big one that's dangling out there now, not to do the ESPN and look ahead because we have plenty of basketball still left to be played. But, I mean, you got a top 5 player in the league that has basically said, hey, I'm open to maybe going somewhere else. And who are 2 teams that have the assets and young players to go out and get that done? Oklahoma City and Houston that finished 1-2 in the West. And you really wouldn't have to give up a lot of your team.
You wouldn't think so.
You could give up a young player and a ton of picks, and you could add Giannis to this team or Giannis to the Houston team.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something to keep an eye on. If they bow out in Game 7, Oklahoma City has been beyond patient and letting this thing cook and marinate.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point, Shea's not 22. He's been in the league a while.
Well, and at some point with these young guys in the primes that they're ascending into, let's be honest, you don't know how long Chet is going to hold up. I mean, the fact that he's productive now and you've got Shea, if you have assets you can take a swing with, it's probably the time to do that.
Yeah. Oh, and someone on the text program is right. Russell Westbrook was an MVP. And
sure, but
that's the recent addition, and
on paper that is correct.
And he has never played. There is no one that has been an all-star, an MVP, or a defense, but no one has made any sort of postseason award while playing with Jokic. Russ would have been the first one that would have had it in his past. No offense, but Russ is far from an all-star and far from an MVP candidate. But yes, technically speaking, that would be the case. Russ would be the first one.
I know I'm taking it back 2 minutes or 3 minutes, but I definitely think that the NBA wants the Nuggets to win this series. Not because of you're not getting to build the 2 new young teams, which kind of seems like it's going to be Minnesota and OKC for the next couple of years,
right?
At least how they're built. But you get the rematch of last year where you learned about Ant.
Sure.
Like Ant went from, hey, that's a pretty good young player. Maybe in a couple of years he'll be something. To remember, last year we compared him to Michael Jordan.
Yep.
Like that was a real conversation.
We dubbed him the next
and
guy.
They slayed Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Well, but no, Denver beat Oklahoma City, wasn't it?
No, Minnesota did.
I think Minnesota
Minnesota beat Denver.
Minnesota beat Oklahoma City last year.
Minnesota beat Denver. That was the series that went 4
they?
games.
Now I got to look this up. I thought Minnesota knocked out Oklahoma City last year.
No, Minnesota knocked out Denver, and then Dallas beat Oklahoma City. So this would be a rematch
That's
of
right.
last
Luka.
year.
It was Luka that slayed OKC.
Luka slayed
I
OKC.
stand
So you get
corrected.
a rematch of a great series from last year,
Yeah.
and you get to see Rudy Gobert kind of try and make up for some of his mistakes. You get to see Ant and Jokic go at it again. I think that's the matchup that they would prefer. Plus, you're going to get a bunch of conversation, too, if the Nuggets win, that Jokic should have been the MVP. Because if you look at his numbers, it's his best year he's ever had.
Yeah.
Jokic is in that territory now. LeBron was in this. Jordan was in this. They're the MVP every year.
Barry Bonds had some of that.
Barry Bonds had some of it. Dude, you're the best player, and the only reason you give it to someone else is
People are tired of giving it to you.
People are tired. And then we got into the weird Embiid thing where,
we got into a race thing.
Yeah, race thing. Look, Jokic is the best player in the NBA. He's the best player. He's in that territory now where you could give it to him every single year. And he should have been the MVP this year, but they won't. They're going to give it to Shea because he was on the best team. He was the best player, and it's someone different. We do this all the time where it's like, I'm not going to say it's a career achievement, but like,
It's his turn.
it's his turn.
Yeah.
We do that a lot.
Yeah.
It is your turn. This guy has had his, and now we're giving it to you because it's
You've
your
been
turn.
close, or you've done enough to be worthy of being an MVP. So this is just your time to get it.
Yes.
I did see one idea. I wish I could credit who it was. It was last night. I don't remember the tweet, but bringing a little wrestling wrinkle to Game 7, which would just be awesome. Kind of almost like a ladder match or a cage match. They should just dangle the MVP trophy over center court, and whoever wins the game, that just descends and goes into the hand of either Shea or Jokic, and that's how you decide it.
Jokic would not. Jokic would. Just
No, he'd
give
be
it
like,
to
whatever, give it to a teammate or something.
That is the one thing about that guy. Well, there's a lot of great things, but he truly doesn't care about that.
A
crap.
single accolade. No,
But
none of it.
I do think that whole he doesn't care thing, that's gone out the window. That guy wants to win, and I'll tell you what, if he leads this team to an NBA championship,
That's a whole other level of legend.
start writing your name in the history books, because I think a lot of people already say he's the best modern big.
Sure.
And then you get into Russell and Wilt and all that, but I think a lot of people I've heard already say that if you're talking about the modern day bigs, Elijah Ewing, Shaq, Duncan, they would take Jokic. And
I think you'd have to.
look, I'm that's all individual preference. I'll tell you what, it's not an absurd argument to say that if of all the modern bigs,
No one
that-
passes and shoots like him among those guys that you just
that
named.
you would take him. I'll listen to Akeem because I think if
You had
Akeem-
dominant players,
yeah, dominant,
but
I mean,
he didn't
Timmy-
do what Jokic does.
He truly is a unique player. But and then you go back into none of those guys were asked to do it because it was a different game. But I've certainly never seen anyone do this. He is a unicorn. He is a 1-on-1.
You mentioned Giannis and his next destination. I want to ask the question if it's a bad idea for him to join the Western Conference. Additionally, we do have a Game 6 coming up tonight. Celtics trying to avoid elimination. And an interesting nugget on the Jason Tatum injury that I haven't seen others pursue. Want to get Suke's thoughts on that. Coming up next, Primetime, 1080 The Fan. Welcome back to Primetime. Coming up next hour, a little in the news, we have Captain Oliver and his cat Phoenix from Oregon sailing the high seas together. That'll be something that we'll have to discuss. But want to get back into this NBA amuse-bouche. We do have a Game 6 tonight going on between the Knicks and the Celtics. I'll give to the Celtics. They were pretty plucky in that home Game 5, taking care of business there. Do you think there's any chance they extend the series tonight?
I mean, why not?
It's only a 2.5 spread.
Yeah, I mean, best way to put it. I think this is the old adage, but there's a lot of pressure tonight on the Knicks.
Agreed.
I mean, so no pressure on Boston. And I know pressure isn't the end all to be all. I mean, everyone faces pressure.
Sure.
And look, the Knicks are a good team, and the Knicks went up 3-1 in this series when no one gave them any sort of credit, and they went up 3-1 with Jason Tatum playing in Boston.
But 3-1 is the road team is always the dangerous one, because if you get Game 5, you get Game 6 at home. If you're shaky and you're tight on that one, then Game 7 belongs to anybody, and it's going back to Boston.
Absolutely. So do I think the Knicks close it out? Absolutely. But to say that Boston doesn't have a shot after absolutely waxing the floor with New York, is it going to be a lot harder going back to New York? And everyone always says that, like, the sense of urgency, but like it's hard to manufacture a sense of urgency. You know, going into that game, you were going to get Boston's very best, right? Their captain goes down. They're down 3-1. That's a proud team. It's a championship team. You know, Boston isn't just going to roll over and die. And whether you think it should be or not, the Knicks know they have 3 to win 1. Like that sense of urgency is going to be hard to match. And I think you'll get that same sense of urgency tonight from the Knicks in their home crowd.
Mm-hmm.
But to say that there isn't a chance, look, the way Boston shoots the 3 ball, if Derek White and Brown and Pritchard, if they come out and knock down 23 threes, yeah, dude, they can win this game.
Yep.
I don't think they will, but
the formula with which they play, they do the live and die by the 3. If they live by the 3, they got a shot any night.
Yeah, but I'm certainly not going to be the one to write them off. But there's a reason why 3-1 series usually end in Game 6. And if it goes to Game 7, I've heard so many people that are like, well, if it goes to Game 7, there's no way New York wins. No, there's plenty of ways that New York wins. New York's already proven they can go win in Boston. Again, without Jason Tatum, how much effort do you have to expend if you're the Celtics? So this isn't a must-win for New York. It's a must-win for Boston. It's not a must-win for New York. I hate that notion that if it goes back to Game 7, there's no way that the other team can win. Absolutely. Absolutely they can. My money's still on New York. I don't think this has been such an evenly matched series. I do not believe that Boston's going to come back and win. But if they do, it's an all-timer. Losing a first-team All-NBA guy and then coming back and winning a couple in a row. I guess that'd be winning 3 in a row, right? Winning 3 in a row to knock off a rival like the Knicks. That's an all-timer if you're Boston, and it's an all-time shamer if you're the Knicks.
And that, man, I can't wait to see what Madison Square Garden looks like tonight. That's going to be the biggest game in that building in a really long time.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be kind of fun when eventually they do move on. You would think.
Sure.
Indiana, New York.
Rekindle that old 90s rivalry.
Let's go.
Yeah, I love it.
Those were fun.
Spike and Reggie and all that. Rick Smits.
The choke and John Starks and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I know we can all hate the Knicks and we can hate Jimmy Dolan, but look, sports is better.
Good for basketball.
It's good for basketball. It's good for Major League Baseball. It's good for the NFL. When teams from New York, Boston, LA, Chicago, Dallas, when those teams are good, it's healthy for the sport. And seeing the Knicks do something finally after God knows how long, that's good, especially with a team like Indiana, because there's that natural built-in rivalry. That's a good thing. So I'm pulling for the Knicks to end this. Plus, it's always fun to see a team that thinks they're going to be some sort of dynasty get kicked in the teeth. And, Boston fan, you've had enough. Got your title last year. Go away. Say, get.
Got a couple more NBA items to get to, but we also need to do a PGA Championship update. A massive round from Max Homa. We had wildlife on the course. We had golfers cussing up a storm on hot mics. Lot to get to out at Quail Hollow. We'll get to that next hour. 1080 The Fan.
Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, you got one playoff game going on today in the association. Celtics looking to force a Game 7 with a victory tonight against the Knicks in Madison Square Garden. New York is favored by 2.5 at home. Tip-off is going to be at 5. On Sunday, we do have one Game 7. OKC is going to take on Denver. That game's going to be played in Oklahoma City. Right now, the Thunder are favored by 7.5. Tip-off is going to be at 12:30. One playoff game tonight in the NHL. The Panthers look to finish off the Maple Leafs at home in Game 6 of their series. Right now, Florida is the big favorite. They're at minus 230 on the money line. Puck drop at 5. Of course, if the Maple Leafs are able to win, Game 7 will be on Sunday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
It's The Fan on FM.
Hour number 2, one half of your Sports Bros, an SOB edition of Prime Time today. About an hour away from tip-off in Game 6 at Madison Square Garden tonight between the Celtics and Knicks. Knicks trying to punch their ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals against the Pacers. But we have more important matters at hand. It's possible, the old Jason Swigard, we think that we might have a new ace horse betting handicapper. Will Ortner.
Doesn't he have a gambling show? Don't you do some sort of weird gambling show?
I don't do a weird gambling show. I do a fantastic gambling show with Brandon Sprague on BetMGM Networks. You can tune into that on Sundays. It is from 5 to 6. Yes. You should tune in. Yes. It's a great show.
Not a weird show, a fantastic gambling. Poor choice of words on my part.
A great Odyssey show that people are saying is the future of Sunday sports radio.
There's a buzz out there. And now that you specialize
and
people are tweeting about it.
And when you hit the winner in the Black-Eyed Susan Stakes out at Pimlico one day in advance of the Preakness,
that's bolstering your gambling fund.
Do we know what the so when you hit the Kentucky Derby? What were you at? What were the odds?
It was insane. It was $1 to win 1,700.
Yeah,
you hit the superfecta.
I hit the superfecta of the Derby.
Yeah, so you're doing more than I'm picking winners. I was reading today trying to figure out how the exactas and the boxes work. So I'm dabbling in that.
So what did you win?
I don't know. I think I got it at little over 2 to 1.
It
so
sounded
not
like
that much.
he bet win place show for the horse that won, so he should get 3 different payouts.
Yeah, it's going to be $2 for each one, and then whatever the payout for each one.
So
it was the heavy favorite. Okay. I didn't come in here and crush.
I thought we were talking another.
No.
But the latest winner in within the walls of 1080
All I know
Fan.
is the last 2 times that someone at the Fan has gambled on a horse race, they have both won. So.
I might even go back to the last 3 times because I don't know if people bet on the Belmont, but I still recall I was out on parental leave, but Ortner and Ropp hit on Mystic Dan last year.
We hit on Mystic Dan in the Kentucky. We kind of batted it around. That's the one time I've ever gotten an unexpected text from Ropp.
A non-work related.
Exact. And it was straight up just, we won. I won more than you.
Sounds about right.
I've never bet on a horse that I wasn't watching in person.
Oh, in person?
I wish I could. That's the one sporting thing I want to do that I can't do here.
Well, we used to go down. I'm so old, but I used to go down to Portland Meadows.
I used to go down to Golden Gate Fields in Berkeley. Yeah.
And the Multnomah Greyhound Park, which you shouldn't do because that's a terrible thing. But I used to love when I was little. My dad would take us to the Greyhound races. Here comes Rusty, and those were fun times. But I've never actually. And then we had a couple down in Florida. But I've never actually bet on a horse that I other than actually going to the horse, which is kind of fun. if you ever go to like an actual track, because all the old cronies are milling around there. So you saddle up to some old guy wearing a fedora, and you start talking to that guy, and you follow his bets, and it's a fun little afternoon.
My aunt and uncle live about 5 minutes from the Santa Anita racetrack, and that's on the sports bucket list.
Yeah.
Like, I want to go down and spend a whole Saturday or Sunday and just bet the horses at Santa Anita.
I've been down to Santa Anita. It's awesome. It's a great setting. It's really fun.
I always feel bad though, because like
Yeah.
a bunch of those horses are going to be shipped off to Mexico and eaten and taken out back and shot in the greyhounds. Like it's a lot like the zoo. I just kind of have to. You just have to kind of put your mind somewhere else and go in and enjoy it.
Well, did you hear about Whipping Gate from the Derby? That
No.
That now apparently, I didn't know this. I kind of remembered this getting kicked around.
You're not allowed to whip the horse, right?
There's a limit to how much whipping you can do after one Derby winner. I can't remember which winner. I can look it up. Was whipped 49 times by its jockey in the Kentucky Derby, and then people are like, "Whoa!"
So you have to count the number of times.
That's correct. And now you're only allowed to whip your horse 6 times during the race.
really.
And then they also will do, apparently I've now learned, they do like a fake whip where they hit it on their own leg, but they don't make contact, and the horse like hears the sound. It's like almost like a placebo effect type deal, because they want to abuse that animal, but they can't do it, so they pretend to.
I love when we do these weird, we're gonna whip the horse, but we're gonna whip.
Yeah,
him
I mean,
a
you've
lot
enslaved
less.
the animal, put a human on its back, you've bound it with gear, and now you're saying, you know what, we shouldn't hit it that many times.
I'm only gonna whip it a little bit.
But the jockey and owners, I mean, I guess the owners and trainers of Sovereignty that won the Kentucky Derby, they had to pay a $62,000 fine for 2 extra whips.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it doesn't
jockey's gotten in
DQ
trouble.
you, and if that's the case, why wouldn't you just hit it 50
wouldn't
times?
you just whip the S? Like
You're
I'm
gonna
sorry.
make that back in 1 stud fee.
Yeah, if you're coming down the stretch and you're like you're close, when you just start whipping the hell out of that thing, you're like, if 62 grand, so you're what 31 grand a whip, or does it increase the number of whips?
Well, and I heard they had
Like which each whip does it?
Each one is 31.
yeah, that would be each one would be 31.
Yeah, each one is. It's not like it's 31.
I was wondering
and
if
Oh,
then
they
like
didn't.
a
So
total.
that's
It was
just like
it was like
how
an
do you
escalator.
come up with that number?
31,000.
Not 30.
CBA.
The
horses,
horsey
the
CBA.
horses, they fought for it.
Imagine that-
As a Clydesdale, maybe I should represent them.
You imagine if that was like the case, like you could beat like your kid, but there was like a fine to be
It's like, yeah, but you better stop at 5. Once you can count on 2 hands, that's too many.
open hand slap versus I used the belt.
Doesn't count. That doesn't count. That was an open hand. Yeah.
God bless horse racing and abusing animals. That's why when the rodeo people are like, we treat those animals great, other than tying a rope around its nuts and then kicking it with spurs.
Yeah.
But other than that,
They live a happy life.
We treat them fantastic.
We'll get into some Preakness picks around 5:15, but also want to get into the PGA Championship just a little bit. It's kind of been a weird tournament in that there's just not a lot of juice towards the top of the board. I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but Johnny Vegas sitting atop the leaderboard. He has a 2-shot lead.
Johnny Vegas.
And I believe I found out he is Venezuelan.
He's Venezuelan. All right.
Venezuelan.
Well, go Venezuelan Johnny Vegas.
Then you've got behind, like, there are 3 guys tied for second: Matthew Pavone, Matt Fitzpatrick, who at least we've heard of, and Siwoo Kim, who had an ace today. That was pretty sweet. He did it with the 3-wood. But now lurking is Scotty Scheffler, so that at least gives us some juice going
Max
into the
Homa,
weekend.
too.
Oh, and Homa's a cool story too, because that dude, I think somebody even put in the story today that he said had been broken, but he was a disaster at the start of this season, and he had an incredible day today, including maybe the highlight of the day. He nearly aced a par 4 with his driver. It was special.
And he seems like a pretty cool guy.
He does. He seems like a down-to-earth, real dude. He has a pretty big social media following, but I don't think it's because he's working towards that necessarily. I think he seems like one of the good ones, one of the authentic guys, and hopefully that's the case.
And the doucher is what, 3 under. I think Tony Finau is 3 under. Tommy Fleetwood at 2, but it is not a who's who at the top of this thing.
No.
Which kind of makes sense, because to be honest with you, the PGA Championship, it's like
Meh.
it's by far the lesser of the majors. You're like, it's the, I always say it's like when you're watching tennis and it's the Australian Open. Yeah, it's a major, but
Well, I mean, when you say that, other than maybe the ace today, the two most exciting things that happened out at Quail Hollow was there was a snake going across the fairway, and then you had Tyrrell Hatton dropping a C-bomb on a hot mic. And then also Shane Lowry flipping off the mud ball in the divot in the ground after talking to officials. So, I mean, things are happening out at Quail Hollow. I don't know if any of them are particularly exciting. By the way, what wildlife would you least want to run into on the golf course, realistically?
That you could actually run into?
Yeah.
Well, being from Alaska, I would say the answer to that is the moose.
Yeah.
Everyone thinks it's the bear, but it is not. It is the moose. The moose is way scarier than the bear. The bear just wants to be left alone, and you know to stay away from the bear.
Aren't moose kind of mean?
Yeah. Well, everyone thinks that moose are like friendly and think they're like horses.
So they're ornery, right?
They're giant and they will stomp the living hell out of you.
Yeah.
So, yeah. If I'm like, my dad was a course marshal in Alaska, and holes would like you'd be playing, and then like a bear will make a kill on the course.
Nice.
And then you have to like holes 3 and 4 are shut down because the bear will have killed something and it's in the fairway.
Nice.
And that's one of those like, yeah, you go around it. Florida, I've ran into some gators and no one thinks anything about that.
Yeah.
That's a trip. The first time you're in Florida, and you shank one, you don't go in the water. Like if your ball is over by the water,
don't even bother.
No, you don't even bother. But yeah, you're playing and you have to learn to just accept the fact that there will be gators on the course, but no one down there gives two blanks about it. So in the U.S., I don't really think
there's not a lot. I guess if
Alaska,
there were...
you get bears and moose, and that does happen. That happens quite a bit.
Yeah, there are not a lot of predators that you're going to encounter on an American golf course. I wouldn't think that they're going to. Yeah, I mean, but again, you'd have to like almost stumble into that. They're not going to be like coming after you.
No, but if you've ever played like down in Mexico, because I haven't played a lot of golf in Arizona, I have played in Mexico, and it's the same thing. When you hit one OB or you hit one into the brush, you don't go looking.
Yeah,
for
because you're going to get bit.
Yeah, I mean, and there'll be signs down in some of those Mexican courses that will let you know in English, don't go looking for your ball in the scrub. Yeah, that's just one of those. I would say that, like, and that's the same thing like down in Florida or Louisiana. Same thing, a lot of water snakes.
Yeah, water moccasins.
Yeah, you just leave that be. But if you're like in like Wisconsin, what are you going to run into? Like an angry badger?
Yeah, out at Sun River at Crosswater, they have like elk migration that goes through there, and so we've had to just stop our round to let like a herd go through the fairway. But it's never seemed like a threat or anything like that.
My dad would always send us photos as a course marshal. He'd always send us fun photos from Anchorage, and occasionally you get a bear that would chase you in a golf cart, but it was just running you off of, it wanted you out of there.
I was at the reserve last week and I saw a badass bald eagle on like 13 or 14.
That's
was great.
Fun.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that would like. We don't really have a lot of scary stuff that would be like. Like a cougar, I wouldn't think would ever go near.
And that's just
course.
it. Anything that could hurt you, I think probably wouldn't come out to like the wide open clearing and just go after you. It seems unlikely.
Wolves would never come out there.
I have seen like an animal warfare video from golf in I can't remember where it was in Southeast Asia, but basically these dudes were teeing off in the tee box and like right next to them was a fight to the death between a cobra and a mongoose going on.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have either of those.
No, we're kind of spoiled in the U.S. that we really don't have a lot of scary wildlife.
No.
Other parts of the world, it's no good. It's no good.
Different story.
I guess down south, right? We do get like the spiders and scorpions, but the Pacific Northwest, we're just kind of safe, right?
We're doing okay, I think.
We don't really have poisonous snakes. We don't really have poisonous spiders.
We don't have larger predators that are going to be aggressive towards humans in that setting.
We have black bears, which whatever.
Yeah.
The black bear ain't doing anything to you. Yeah, we really don't have much of anything. We're just kind of nestled away nice and safe in our little corner. Down at Bandon, outside of like an angry puffin, right? Or something.
Yeah, look out for those puffins.
It's like, what's coming for you?
A pack of cottontail bunnies.
Yeah, you're fine. Bandon's like the safest place on earth to play golf until the tidal wave comes in and gets you.
By the way, I saw something happening out at Quail Hollow today. I was aware someone was doing this on tour. I did not realize that he was in this tournament. I struggled to pronounce his name yesterday, and I'm going to again. Ro Hisatsun. He's Japanese. And you've seen people using that aim point method of putting now, where they stand over and they do the fingers and they like.
I don't understand what it is.
I don't either, and apparently it's pissing off a lot of golf community. Like half of golf is like, that takes too long. Just go putt your ball. This is stupid. And like they're like, no, it works. It's how I read my putts, and it's become a really dumb golf battle. He's taken it one step further beyond the aim point. He's doing something now for not only every putt, but every chip. He's having his caddy walk over to him with his water bottle, and he's taking a sip of his water, and then he is standing where he is on the green, and he is using the mouthfeel of the water in his mouth to understand the tilt forward, back, or side to side of the green. I can't believe someone's actually doing this.
Look, if you're a professional, this is my level of the better golfer you are, you can do whatever you want. If I'm playing, because I'm like a 15, right? I'm trying to break 90. If I break 90, it's a good day.
Yeah.
If I'm playing with someone that's a scratch golfer, and under no circumstances do I have the ability to tell a scratch golfer to hurry up or anything, right? But if you're like me and you're out there doing that, I will
take a swig of water.
Dude, I'd be like, dude, get the F out of here.
Yeah.
Unless you are a single digit, your only objective, and I'll even say if you're a 10, 11, you're right there with me. The only objective you have is to play as fast as the fastest person in your group.
Yeah.
Or the best person in your group.
I've heard the old adage, if you're good, play fast. If you're bad, play faster.
Yes, 100%. But if you're really good, you can take whatever time. I get it. Because you're out there having there's a real experience there.
I just think that method seems like right out of the, I don't know, like crackpot golf fixes. It's, it goes right into the like, oh, buy this device that holds your arms here and trains you to do that. Like the water in your mouth is telling you how this putt's going to go.
Look, it seems douchey to me, but that's what that guy does for a living.
I guess so.
It's the same thing. If you walk into a gym, right, and there's a dude getting ready to squat 550 pounds, that guy can do whatever he wants. That guy can take as long as he wants in that rack. That guy can wrap whatever he wants. He can use whatever dumb belt whatever that guy's got. If you got 125 on your back, get the hell out of there. Move it in. The better you are at something, the longer you can take. Bowling, same thing. Guy's own balls, shoes. He's rubbing everything down. He's got his little. When you're really good at something, you can take your time.
It's like in Bull Durham when Kevin Costner's character Crash Davis tells Nuke LaLoosh, you can't get fungus on your shower shoes until you're in the pros and you're winning a Cy Young and your ERA is sub 3. Then it'll be quirky. But until then, you got to act like a professional.
You win 20 in the show, you can let the fungus grow back on your shower shoes, and everyone will think you're colorful. Until then, it makes you a slob.
You see, you've got the line dialed in. You know what I'm talking
Crash. Amen. Water in your mouth.
We're creating.
I got a little watch now that'll tell you. I know you can't use them, but my watch, I have a little golf watch, and it'll tell you, it'll read the green for you.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I've seen the golf watches, obviously, that measure your distance and whatnot. But
you just stand on the green, and it tells you where you're out on the green, and then it's got the little arrows, and it tells you where everything.
Now, I don't know that I can actually do anything with that. That's
look, again, the number of times that actually helps me out. It does.
I saw like an Onion article the other day. It's like, can I use your rangefinder? Can't tell if that's 160 or 165, says golfer right before he duffs at 6 feet.
Thank you. That's all I need is, I just need a rough estimate. I'll have if I'm playing with my buddy and he hits one and he's within a couple feet of me, I always just ask, what was it for you?
And then you add one or two more.
And he'll be like, well, let me shoot it for you. I don't need it. Just what did you
hit? Yeah.
I don't have a 4-yard distance control. If I'm within 10 of where you're at,
I'm not going pin hunting out here.
No, we're fine. It's more of a horseshoes, hand grenade sort of guy. Just gonna throw it towards the middle. Thanks for the rough number.
We're creating towards In the News, where we have to learn about the Oregon man who's quit his job to set sail with his cat. And additionally, what percentage of Oregonians are living outside of their comfortable cost of living means? But first, a couple more basketball nuggets before we tip off this Game 6, including an interesting injury note on Jason Tatum. Will it make a difference in his recovery? That's next, 1080 The Fan.
Check out
Back to prime time. In the news coming up, we also have some Diamond Dunkaroos to get to in baseball,
Diamond Dunkaroos. I like that.
including what highlights from what may be the greatest baseball game I've ever heard of.
Tickle me intrigued.
Happened yesterday in the college ranks. Just an unreal finish, unreal stat lines. I can't imagine it's out of a video game.
We had someone we were talking about like encountering bad things on a golf course. This guy said he had a buddy get bit by a rattlesnake playing golf in Eastern Washington.
Ooh.
10 vials of anti-venom, 10,000 apiece.
Oh!
Does insurance cover?
I would hope so, because what are they going to do otherwise? Let you die? I mean, don't they have to give that to you?
Well, I'm assuming they do, but do you get a bill for 100 G's?
God,
And if
that's an
so,
expensive bite, man.
Do we need to get into the anti-venom game?
See, there's always an angle with you. I like that. There are ways to make money in society, some of them stranger than others. I like this. We should become antidote
I
guys.
said it was a timber rattler. He was 6'5", 300. It took him down. Yes, insurance paid. They had to fly in 4 more vials from Seattle.
Oh, my God.
So, boy, is Weird Snake Guy, is he just making money hand over fist? Because, like, the anti-venom, right? That's why they milk the snake.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, you see those dudes, and they make the snake, like, bite the...
the top of the jar
the
kind
top
of a
the
deal.
Jar.
Yeah.
Oh, but big money. There you go,
God.
Will. You're looking to advance in life.
No.
Become
Yeah,
No.
you thought asbestos cleanup was going to pay.
Snake
No.
venom guy.
Asbestos cleanup did pay.
Not like snake anti-venom guy.
I want no part of snake or snake culture. I'd like to stay far, far away. Not a Slytherin, more of a Gryffindor.
10 Gryffindor.
That's fair.
Coward.
That was a funny joke.
Not when you say that afterwards.
10K for a thing of anti-venom.
Yeah.
Man. All right, well, go snake guy.
And I gotta put some respect on that snake's name too. This wasn't some pipsqueak he took down. 6'5", hundo. Like
Yeah.
this is serious business.
Well-
Probably as our UTSA coach would say, at least I think would say,
It would have killed a lesser man.
probably would have killed a lesser man.
I've never been bitten by a poisonous snake, and I don't really want to.
Don't plan
Does
to.
size make it worse? Like, does your body size make the venom go through you more
No, I think
quickly?
it'd be better. It's like anything else. I think size helps you.
Yeah.
So then shouldn't they need less vials?
That's what I'm saying. That's what's impressive is the snake was that powerful with a person that size. It probably would have completely taken out someone even smaller.
Well, they say all the time that like one snake bite, like if it gets you good, it's like a lot of those, it's enough to kill like 10 people. Like if it gets you good, and depending on where it gets you, it's plenty of venom. Like if you don't get treated with that stuff, and then like even if you do get treated, it can like rot away your leg. And I had a buddy that I played with in Tampa get bit by is it a brown recluse spider?
Yeah, that's right.
And it just ate like his whole calf. It bit him in the leg, and he had like a huge. He had to retire from football. Like it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they had to like cut out. Don't worry, he sued and won a bunch of money. But yeah, they had to cut out like a big hunk of his calf. Because it was like what is it, like necro?
Yeah,
whatever?
it's like what they leave in you is flesh-eating bacteria or whatever.
Like ate away his calf. He got bit when we were in NFL Europe, and then he like
God.
went to the doctor and was like, "Hey, I got bit by something," and they were like, "Oh, you're fine." And then they put him on an airplane, and like they sent him back home and said he was fine. They'd given him some antibiotics or something, and then like they had to do like an emergency landing. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. And then they had to go in and like operate on his calf. And I think he won a good.
I would imagine
I
if
think he
they,
got a good
were like,
settlement.
"You're fine," and like they lose part of the leg, you got to.
So I don't know if that's worth it or not, but like he's he got a good chunk of change.
Well, we're not getting to Jason Tatum's Achilles here because I do have one more story on that tip. We had family friends who were LDS, and they had someone in their church who had been on a mission. I don't remember where in Africa. I think it was Western Africa. And they got bit by something right at the end of like the years that they were over there. It was like the week before they came home, and it was a bite. And at first it was just a little bit inflamed and itchy. And they're like, you know what? I'm just going to get it taken care of when I go home. By the time they're home and see a doctor, it's like 6 or 7 days later. And this thing has grown and swelled to like the size of like half a grapefruit on their leg. And it's wildly itchy. And the person is like kind of going crazy, like scratching at this thing. And they go into the doctor's office, and the doctor wants to start like laying out some sheets and things like that. And then he's like, now you might want to like look away or just
It's gonna be like
and
Dr. Pimple Popper.
they're prodding around. They're thinking it's gonna be fluid that comes out.
Yeah.
No, they puncture this thing. Bunch of baby spiders come running out of the leg of this person. Yep.
No.
It wasn't that they were
No,
bit.
No.
Wasn't that they were bit.
No.
Mama spider laid
No.
eggs under the skin while they
No.
slept.
No, that's not
Yuck.
true.
Yep.
No, I need confirmation. Is that possible?
I will have to put a feeler out to the
Oh
Capilucci family
my
who shared this story with us.
God.
Yeah.
So you just burn off your leg at that point?
I don't know how much the little babies ate in there or whether they had to remove part of the calf like your friend here, but
at that point just cut off my leg.
Yeah.
Just blowtorch it. Give me the Tiger Woods leg. I don't care. That's the worst. That's the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
pretty gnarly.
That seems like it can't be a thing.
Yeah.
That's they can actually lay eggs in you
Under your skin, and it's actually a good warm place for the eggs to grow and fester and yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I just thank you for sharing that. You've ruined my entire day. I can't function now. Next time I get a little bump, I'm gonna assume like it's bad enough when I feel something like tickle my ear or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like something's in there.
You know the feeling when you get like one ant on your arm at a picnic, and then the rest of the day you think there's another one? Like
It's the worst.
Like you're like, I swear I feel something again.
Oh my God. Now we're laying things. Again, that feels like that's a cheesy 80s horror story.
I don't believe it was.
And yet it's real.
It was relayed by a family friend. We can look into whether that's possible. I believe it is.
Someone just sent us a YouTube clip, and that better not be spiders.
I bet it is. I
That
bet
better
it
not
is.
be
Don't click
spiders
it.
Hatching from. I have to now.
Okay. Well, I won't be part of that.
Freaking A.
I know.
video on your
I
side.
opened up the Pandora's box here. Let's talk about something a little happier.
Oh yeah.
At
dude,
least
it's it's a bot. Well, I know the bot fly. I've seen those.
Okay.
And that is in some way.
And I guess maybe it was that. It might not have been a spider because they just they woke up with the bite
I
or
don't
the
know.
eggs under the skin.
I just know that anything like in your skin,
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
Nope.
It's like the worst thing in the world. Just the idea of something living like
Big nope.
no. That you see like under microscopes or whatever, like the stuff that's living on your skin, like in your like eyelashes. Just don't do it. Don't look.
No.
Don't look
turn
because
away.
it's the worst thing. Or you see like the one where like there'll be like a worm in someone's eye, like a parasite, and you can see it like go across
I just got the
someone's
chills.
eyeball.
I didn't like that.
Great. I'm glad that we're discussing.
You guys are
this now.
gross.
Yeah,
This
this
is
is
great.
awful.
I'm out on this.
Can I tell you about Captain Oliver, who has quit his job and is taking his cat sailing the high seas from the Oregon
see,
coast?
let's get a fun animal story that doesn't involve something laying eggs in you.
That's what's coming up next in the news. Here's Ortner with SportsCenter.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on The Fan, the 49ers and QB Brock Purdy have agreed to a 5-year, $265 million contract extension. Purdy will get $181 million in guaranteed money as the deal runs through 2030. Not bad for the 2022 NFL drafts, Mr. Irrelevant. You've got the second day of the PGA Championship going on. Max Homa was the big mover of the day, jumping up a total of 68 spots. He shot a 7 under 64. Right now, Homa is tied for 5th. Johnny Vegas leads the tournament right now. He's at 8 under, followed closely behind by Mike Fitzpatrick. He is at 6 under, 68 on the day. You've got one NHL playoff game in action. Panthers looking to finish off the Maple Leafs at home in Game 6 of that series. If the Maple Leafs are able to win, that game will be on Sunday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back, the 11th
Like horrible love stories. Dreadlocks. Head was itching.
Oh, no.
Take your cue from there.
No, thank you.
I had a spider in my beard once. Immediately went and took a shower.
I thought you were going to say you shaved the beard.
No, it ruined my whole day. Well, actually, I this was like, it was not a very long beard. This was
okay.
like early beard days.
Sure.
And I did just go like, I tried washing my face, didn't work. I literally went in and just like ran it under hot water and scrubbed the hell out of it. I probably should have just shaved it, but it ruined my whole day. It is.
I would imagine.
Yeah, you can't. It's not okay.
Oh, look, Ben Stiller's on the NBA pregame show.
Oh, well, he's now like.
He's like Mr. Nick.
Yeah, he's like Mr. Nick.
Him and your boy Tim Chalamet.
How small is? I guess
TC.
Stephen A. Smith isn't that. I think he's actually fairly tall. Is he
Yeah,
not?
Stephen A. is a surprisingly large man.
Because Ben Stiller looks tiny.
Yeah.
But I suppose Stephen A. is. Plus that forehead, I think average. That gets about 3 extra inches on that thing.
Well, it is Friday, May 16. Without further ado, it is time for In the News. I am your stand-in newsman. It is Bike to School Day.
Oh.
It is National Bike to Work Day. It's also Walk Safely to School Day. So take your choice.
Don't ride the bus.
And much like yesterday,
Is the bus still a thing?
I rode the bus all the way through living in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Bus is a thing.
Bus is still a thing?
Yeah, it's more of a like in the city thing though. You're not like driving to a spot to then get on a bus. If you're already in the city, then you take the bus.
Because, like, I see sometimes, like, I live, I don't know, half a mile, 3/4 of a mile, maybe, to the high school, and maybe a little longer. It's under a mile to the middle school and the elementary school.
Oh, you're talking high school.
And I often see, like, people on the bus and, like, on a nice sunny day, and I'm always asking, why?
Yeah.
Why would you subject yourself to the bus when it's like a 10-minute walk?
Yeah, and that was the nice thing about being in San Francisco. It was always cool. I walked most of the time, but, sometimes you're going across town. It's also National Barbecue Day. Favorite barbecue? Favorite cut of, like, are you pulled pork, ribs, a brisket? Yeah, ribs guy?
Ribs.
My favorite to make, pulled pork. My favorite to eat, ribs. The one I want other people to make, brisket, because it's way too hard.
Yeah,
Takes too long.
Look, barbecue is all fantastic, but I judge your barbecue based on your ribs.
Yep, I think that's
the
right.
end all to be all for me, and I'm open to different kinds of ribs, but to me, it begins and ends with the delicious rack of ribs.
I'd like to throw burnt ends in there as well.
There you go.
Like you're not. It's not the number one, but it's a quality 3 in
Well,
your
I'll tell you
lineup.
what, you're onto something there, because if there is going to be something that's going to rival the ribs for me, it's burnt ends.
And I'll
Kansas
tell
City
you what,
burnt
as a former meat smoker, I make a mean pork belly burnt ends. Way easier than the ribs. The ribs are a little bit more finicky because you got to get the timing just right so that they're not so easy to fall off, but you still get like a little bit of a chew.
See, and I'm not
the pork belly burnt ends just.
And I'm not super picky. Like if I pick up the rib and the bone falls out of it, that's fine.
Sure, it still tastes good.
If you got a little chew on it, I'm not a rib snob about like the markings of it and all that. Just give me a tasty rib, but the burnt end. The burnt end maybe over some dirty rice or something.
Well, and I mentioned this the other day at Yala in Multnomah Village. They do a brisket burnt end hummus at the Mediterranean spot that is delightful.
I know, I need to try that.
Much like yesterday, this is a day that has so many days. I'm going to rip through them. It's Love a Tree Day. It's Mimosa Day. It's NASCAR Day. It's Waiters Day. It's National Piercing Day. Ever had a piercing?
No. I've never been pierced once.
On my senior trip to Hawaii, I got my eyebrow pierced.
You got your eyebrow pierced?
Yeah, my dad was like, "You're taking that out before you go to college, right?"
Rocks.
I've been needled a lot, but
That's right.
I've never been pierced.
It's National Pizza Party Day. Not Pizza Day, but Pizza Party Day.
Okay.
It's National Sea Monkey Day. Never really did understand the allure of
No.
those. National Do Something Good for Your Neighbor Day. It's
No, my
Ride a
neighbors
Unicycle Day. How about this? Maybe for the power lesbians. It's National Honor LGBTQ plus Elders Day.
Oh, there you go. Well, go power lesbians. Best neighbors I've ever had.
And
Great
finally, it's International Virtual Assistants Day. So if you've got a virtual assistant, thank them.
people. That is a lot of days. I'm going to stick with
A great many days.
I'm going to stick with the burn ends. Let's stick with the barbecue day.
I need to tell you more about Captain Oliver Widger.
Is this the guy taken to the high seas?
That's right.
Yeah, I saw this.
So this guy from Oregon, he was a Portland resident. He got hit with like a weird medical diagnosis, and that essentially said, with this condition over the course of years, I don't know if it's kind of works like an MS or like a palsy type thing, but that he could be paralyzed in as short as 4 years' time.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, then I'm not, he gets that brush with death or that news, and he's like, I'm not wasting any more time. He decides he's going to quit his job despite being $10,000 in debt. He's going to move to the coast. He's going to buy a sailboat, and he's going to sail with his cat Phoenix from the Oregon coast to Hawaii.
Yeah. And he's got like over
What
a
a
million
plan.
TikTok and Instagram followers, so he's probably making a little money off of that.
I would imagine he is. He said, the world kind of sucks, and like, I don't think I'm alone in how I feel with my work. You can be making $150,000 a year, and you still feel like you're just making ends meet. You know what I mean? I think that people are just tired of that and working really hard for nothing and want a way out. So he had been a manager at a tire factory or a tire sales place, and he got, as I said, diagnosed with a syndrome that carries a risk of paralysis, and he's like, just not going to do it anymore. I'm going to do my own thing. And his thing happens to be taking his cat Phoenix with him on this sailboat across the Pacific.
Yeah, he had no money, no plan. He had $10,000 worth of debt, and he bought a sailboat and went. By the way, that's pretty kick-ass, but at the same time, like, he's not dying, and he might not be paralyzed. I hope my man doesn't realize, like, in a year's time that his sailboat sinks, he's like $100,000 in debt, and he's like, oh crap, what did I do with my life? I hope not. I mean, maybe you make a bunch of money off of TikTok and Instagram, and I always feel bad for people that hate their lives.
Yeah.
Like that does suck. I've said that a million times. If I went to work every day in a 9 to 5
And you're just
some
miserable?
cubicle and I was just miserable,
Yeah.
I totally get the notion, and I am so fortunate, knock on for Micah here, that I've never had that. I've never once thought to myself, my life sucks, or my job is terrible, or I hate doing this. And I can't imagine going through life like that. So for people like this that do it, I hope it works out, because that's a really ballsy thing to do, and life's too short to hate. Like, you go to work for 50 weeks a year to then vacation.
You spend such a percentage of your life at that place. If you hate it, change it, man.
Yeah. Or the other one too is like, if you're working like a menial like hourly wage job, and that's going to be your lot in life, dude, go work a menial job in like Costa Rica, right? Like, if you're going to work at, if you're going to be a cashier, dude, go be a cashier someplace where it's 84 degrees every day and you can live for pennies. I've never understood living in like Green Bay, making $12.50 an hour, freezing your ass off every day. Nah, dude, put that S in the wind.
Story also points out that upon his arrival in Honolulu, he will have to put his cat Phoenix in a quarantine, because you can't just bring your pets over to Hawaii like that.
We were in Hawaii a number of years ago when we were on the beach, and I'm a very crappy surfer. But, when we go someplace, I can get up on a board and, I can pretend to look like I know what I'm doing. And we ran across these bros in Hawaii, and you'll see them, and they work construction like 3 or 4 months out of the year, and that funds, and they go from couch to couch.
You're describing the
beach.
plot of Point Break.
Yeah, and they're just, except they don't rob banks.
Right.
They're kind of
No,
bums.
but
They camp out on beaches and they crash at people. And I was listening to these guys kind of, hey, where are you going next? And I started talking to them, and they work just enough.
Yeah, they're work to live guys.
To just put a few bucks in their pocket,
Yep.
and then they bum around for a number of months until they're absolutely dead broke.
Yep.
And then they go work another construction job for a month or two to put enough money in their pocket. And I don't know what you do when you're like 55 or 60. I'm
Yeah.
guessing eventually that runs out, but these guys were all like in their 20s and were total surfer bros. And I'm telling you, they look like they were having a great.
Yep.
They look like they were having a great time.
My mom actually had a long-term boyfriend like this. He was when she was dating him, he was a recovered alcoholic, but in his younger days, he was this dude who was just all about travel and the bars, and he was a super handyman. And so he was always getting contractor jobs and carpentry jobs and things like that. And he would just like stay on people's porches, go spend his money at the bar, take money off people playing darts. And then when he would get enough money to get a one-way ticket to somewhere crazy or different, he would go do it, and he wouldn't come home until he'd worked enough there to pay for the ticket back. So the guy traveled the world. He went to Africa and Europe and Asia, and like, that's how he kind of did it for 10 or 15 years.
I appreciate people that are willing to do their own thing. That's cool. So I'm rooting for, what's this guy's name?
Oliver
and
Widger.
Phoenix?
in Phoenix.
I'm rooting for you, man.
Yeah.
I hope this is everything that it's cracked up to be for.
Couple other items to get to. We'll see how much we have time for. But the one that we need to report on, how many Oregonians cannot afford their current cost of living? We'll get into those figures next. You're listening to In the News, 1080 The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window.
News before we get to our Diamond Dunkaroos, followed by our Pick Ponies Club. First time ever, Preakness Stakes this weekend. And then we get Joey Harrington, bottom of the hour. Yesterday we had a story about businesses in Oregon hitting the transfer portal. Today, a little bit different one about how many Oregonians cannot afford their cost of living. Now, this is qualified by people who make above the federal poverty line but not enough to afford basic expenses in their area. Okay. So
I'm guessing
How
this
many or
number's-
about what percentage of Oregonians do you believe that applies to?
I'm guessing that applies to a bunch. And because this doesn't sound like it's your own doing this, because I think a lot of people can't afford the lifestyle that they want,
Right.
as opposed to basic necessities. I'll bet you this is like 25% of people, maybe.
Nearly half
Nearly half.
of Oregonians have reported that they are one broken down car repair or one medical bill away from not being able to cover their basic needs.
Yeah, that's tough.
I feel like that's pretty indicative of like the entire country, though, isn't it?
I would be
I would
interested in
assume.
wondering how that compares everywhere else. It's a staggering number here. It's probably similar a lot of places.
Well, I mean, like you had this story earlier this year, and I know this is more of an attack on my generation, but you had people that were expensing going to like Stagecoach and Coachella.
Oh, people are doing it with like payment options or whatever. Like I believe the
Right.
figure that was this year, 60% of the attendees at Coachella did not pay fully in advance to go to Coachella.
Well, and you see it all the time. Like you see these, and I think they're predatory and they should be illegal. But like these, like payday loan, like
Klarna,
services
stuff
or
like that,
whatever. And
yeah.
it's always like the person's in line at the grocery store, and it's like, oh, we'll give you a $500 advance, and then he starts buying a bunch of like dumb crap, and you're like,
Well, today you don't have to pay for all your groceries. You can just pay for a quarter of them. And you're like, then let me 4 times my groceries today.
or you see the person, that's complaining about gas prices, and then you see him come out of the mini mart with 3 Monsters, a bag of Doritos, like $12 beef jerky, and you're like, fast food's another one. Like fast food is not cheap. Like if you're living on a day-to-day budget, like going to McDonald's is not the most cost-effective way to eat, but it's the easiest way to eat. So, there's varying degrees of this, but it's sad. I looked it up and said an estimate 60 to 70% of Americans claim that they live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
And I'd say of that, I'm going to say at least 20% is probably your own doing, that you are not living within your means. But
you could be more prudent about what you're doing. Yeah.
that's still probably putting 30, 40, percent at least that literally are busting their ass, that are working 2 incomes and are struggling. I mean, you look at all those studies, like when anyone from the boomer age is like, why I raised a family on a single income and I bought my house. And you're like,
Your house
cool.
costs $30K.
Your house costs $30K. And yes, you made only $45,000 a year. But now that person's making $65 a year, but instead of the house, costing $65 now, the house costs $450.
And that's the big, I guess the big debate du jour right now is everyone's talking about how inflation is going up and everything costs more, but the wages are not keeping up with the same rate of the inflation.
They
and
are
so
not.
even if people are making more than they used to, that's still being outpaced by the things that we're paying for. And an example of this right here, I mean, everyone's noted how much prices of fast food has gone up, but this report also says that 54% of the state's fast food and counter employees live below that threshold of being able to take care of a medical bill or a car repair if needed, that paycheck. I mean, a full-time job at a counter somewhere does not cover your life anymore. It just and there are people that you say, "Oh yeah, I don't have a college, I don't have a high school education. I dropped out early, but like I could do this forever." No, you can't.
Well, and we just, in general, and I like to think that the generation coming up is getting smarter, and you hear more people that are investing in the stock market or saving. But in general, our country just is not. We're more about, if you get a few bucks, you're about buying a bag to make you feel rich, or a chain, or you're trying to buy a car that's way too nice for you. And we love to appear wealthy when we are not. It's like if you go down to certain parts of the country, the one that always got me is when I lived in Florida. If you ever go down to Miami, you'll see a $150,000 car in front of a mobile home. And you're like,
How does that work?
like, huh?
That's insane.
Yeah, you just see like a real piece of crap house, but there'll be like an exotic car in front of it. And you're like, well, because when you're driving around, you like to. We are very showy, and that's not everybody. Again, some people are just working their ass off and they can't make ends meet. But there's probably a little bit from column A and a little bit from column B, and you mix it all together, and it's hard for a lot of people right now.
I read a article about how Warren Buffett made his money and how it's all the compounding interest from the stock market and stuff. And it was like I instantly opened up a stock account like the next day. It was like it just makes sense, even if it's 10, 20,
I mean,
whatever
if
you can afford to put in.
If you can just
put
be
in.
savvy enough to peel off some of your money every month and put it in a basic savings account that earns interest, you're better off than
Or high yield.
burning through it every time. Sure.
But it's hard when you're living paycheck to paycheck. It's hard to tell someone that you need to peel off 10% of your money and put it somewhere. And
yeah, I mean, people's expenses are different. Whether it's medical, whether it's children, whether it's transportation, like whether it's ailing parents, whatever. There's stuff comes up that is hard to deal with, and Oregon, like many of the other states, struggling with it.
That's a crippling number, though.
Yeah,
that's sad.
over half the people in the state are one bad financial thing away from not being able to.
We found that out during COVID too. I mean, if the government wasn't handing out money.
I'd really like to know what that is compared to the rest. Like, if you did, like, hey, here's Oregon's number, here's Washington's
like a
number.
ranking of it. Almost.
I would like to see what that is. I'd also like to see it by age too, because you're starting to see stories about people who like retired for 4 or 5 years, and then they're like, I don't have the finances. I got to go back to work.
Yeah,
like that scares the crap out of me.
Yeah. Well, and there's a lot of people that think retirement is a thing of the past. That you're just. The idea of shutting it down at 55 or 65 may not. I mean, God forbid if something happens to Social Security. Paid into that your whole life, and you're going to get there and be like, surprise!
Whoops!
Surprise!
You talked about the person with the $150,000 car in front of the mobile home. Text line points out you can sleep in your car, you can't drive your house.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that again like the idea of. It's funny that no matter how hard times get, the one thing that really doesn't suffer a lot of times is luxury items.
Sure.
Like I remember during COVID when things were tough, and it's still this way. If you go down to Pioneer Courthouse Square, there is a line to get inside like Louis Vuitton, and it's not the people that you would think. It's a lot of younger people that like having. If you're carrying around a $3,000 purse, it makes you look and feel a certain way. And so a lot of people that...
It helps some people with their identity complex.
A lot of people that shouldn't be buying $3,000 purses are buying $3,000 purses.
Yeah.
Or the people that took, PPP money and bought four-wheelers with it, or, snowmobiles. And you're like, maybe not the best use of the money, but...
The Kenny Powers jet ski.
Yeah.
Well, In the News is brought to you by The Advocates. If you've been hurt, you don't need a lawyer. You need an advocate. advocateslaw.com. We don't have any more time for stories because we need to get to our Diamond Dunkaroos. The best and worst of Shohei Ohtani and the greatest baseball highlights that you haven't seen but need to hear about. That's coming up next. Primetime 1080 The Fan.
Get in the zone. From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the 49ers and QB Brock Purdy have agreed to a 5-year, $265 million contract extension. Purdy's going to get $181 million guaranteed, as the deal is going to run through 2030. Not bad for the 2022 NFL Draft's Mr. Irrelevant. One playoff game in the association tonight. The Celtics looking to force a Game 7 with a victory over the Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Right now, the home team, New York, they are favored by 2.5. Tip-off at 5. One playoff game tonight in the NHL. Panthers looking to finish off the Maple Leafs at home in Game 6 of their series. Florida is favored at home. They're on the money line right now at minus 230. Puck's going to drop at 5. If the Maple Leafs are able to win, of course, that will force a Game 7, which will be played on Sunday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigard is back. Saturdays.
Hour number 3 of Primetime, an SOB edition. Suk, Ortner, and Buckley here with you heading into the weekend. Couple hours remaining on this program. We're just talking about the cost of living for Oregonians and things people choose to buy. You were talking about those $3,000 Louis Vuitton bags, Deal points out, or it could be those $500 Elite knives we were talking about yesterday.
Hey, that's not a want, that's a need. I feel like I need that. And it was like $430. Thank you very much for my benchmark automatic knife. But yes, that is true. Luxury items are always interesting in tough times, but the luxury items are the ones that usually do pretty well.
Amazingly.
You're like recession proof.
And it feels
booze.
so backwards. Well, yeah, that at least I don't get how the luxury items helps you cope with the situation that in the way that booze does, but
Hey, well, hey, maybe that bag or that knife makes you feel happy. I suppose. It's just maybe not if you can't pay your bills.
Coming up in about 10 minutes, we will make our first foray into the Pick Ponies Club. Preakness this weekend, and last time around for the first leg of the Triple Crown, you were still gone. I think it was the Friday before you came back. I want to say it was the Derby was right before you came back, right? Kentucky Derby?
I was that was like the weekend I was coming back from
I thought so, because Isaac and Patrick were here, and that day before the Derby, Isaac came in, and I was watching horse racing on my phone that day, and both of them proceeded to give me a modicum of crap about the time I had spent listening to and ingesting material about the horse race. It worked out for me.
Yeah.
So now we're going to try to pay that forward
we
to the people. Only 9 horses in this Preakness, so we got options.
Well, the bummer is, too, that the Kentucky Derby
No
winner,
sovereignty.
Yeah, didn't even run in it. You're seeing this more and more. This isn't the first time that the winner of the Kentucky Derby just says no thanks. They take their money and they're going to take their stud fee, and I guess they're just too close together.
Yeah, well, and that's the other thing. And you figure if the majors are such a big deal, why wouldn't horse race figuring it out and just space it out a little bit better? Because there are, and we'll get more into this. There are horses racing in the Preakness that skipped the Derby, and there are horses that were in the Derby that skipped the Preakness.
Wouldn't it make sense
because it's like a two-week turnaround
for horse racing? You wouldn't. Cause the Derby did huge numbers.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to just space everything out so that all the horses could run in all 3 races?
You would think. But before we get to that, we need some Diamond Dunkaroos. I saw something come across my timeline last night that I couldn't believe. It might be the greatest individual and team performance in a baseball game that I've ever heard of. This is coming to us from Purdue Fort Wayne. So a directional Purdue, Indiana school.
Okay.
They scored 11 runs in the 9th inning to beat Wright State yesterday, which an 11-run comeback in the ninth is already something of legend. But not only that, their star, or at least the star of the day, Justin Osterhaus, had 4 home runs, including the walk-off grand slam to cap off the 11-run comeback, part of a 5-hit day, 8 RBI, a stolen base, and he was the winning pitcher.
What?
This is some like Ohtani level wildness going on.
The Purdue Fort Wayne Mastodons? Is
That would
who
be
we're
them.
talking about?
That would be them.
Run that by me again.
So
I need the
they
full
came back.
rundown.
They came back from 11 down in the ninth against Wright State. The dude who hit the walk-off grand slam was also the winning pitcher, and it was his 4th home run of the day.
So yeah, they won 21-17.
So it was tied when he hit the slam.
11 in the ninth.
Yeah.
And he hit 4 homers and gets, how many innings did he pitch?
That I'm not sure of. I'm sure we can find the box score.
Look at here. So Osterhaus, he had 8 RBI in the game, D1 era school record. He stole 1 base and he got hit by a pitch. He was 5 for 6 on the day. I'm trying to see like what he pitched as well.
If it was like he just came in late, because I mean, in both teams giving up 17 runs, like your pitchers are getting knocked around. So maybe he came in just for the final inning because he was an arm they had.
I would like to point out that the Purdue Fort Wayne Mastodons are 11-38.
Well, yeah, it's a lot better than 10-39, isn't it?
That's not so. It's not so good. But hey, they won't remember much, but they're going to remember that.
That's the most insane individual performance plus team comeback combo that I can pretty much come up with in just about any sport.
I'm guessing that is the single greatest performance in
baseball history.
In baseball history,
like,
find me anyone that's had a better run than that. Yeah, 17-10 entering the bottom of the 9th inning. 11 runs. No, I did not see this.
And he gets the win. And he gets the win too, which is some Ohtani level stuff, and brings me to one Shohei Ohtani. The Dodgers also scored 17 runs last night. In fact, they scored 19 runs.
It was Ohtani's bobblehead night, and he hit 2 home runs.
Yep. He also struck out though. Did you see that?
Oh, he struck out, so he sucks?
No. It was a 17-2 game. So, and I'm wondering if this is the first player to do this, and maybe the last to do it for a while. But the A's brought in position player Johnny Pereda.
Oh, I did see this. It was like the catcher or whatever that struck him out.
Yeah, like a backup catcher comes in and strikes out Ohtani with, I'll call it high heat, but just whatever his probably lollipop fastball was at the top of the zone. Ohtani misses it. And this guy, like, listen, I know you're getting crushed by 15. He actually realizes in the moment, there probably aren't a lot of position players who've struck out Ohtani. He tosses the ball to the dugout. He's like, I got to keep that.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
so he's got his own little memento. He's the first position player to strike out Ohtani, and I'm wondering how long it's going to be before that happens again. It's a pretty cool little distinction.
That is cool. I bet you put that one up on the map.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, he was smart enough to throw the ball out there and hold on to it. By the way, I looked it up, that Osterhaus guy.
Yeah.
It was only the 2nd time pitching.
Okay.
And he pitched a scoreless top of the 9th inning.
Which
means they sent that dude in because they were like, the game's over.
Because they were down 7.
They were down 7, so they sent him in the 9th inning not to waste an arm. He threw a scoreless 9th and then hit the walk-off grand slam. Hit the walk-off
his
grand slam.
4th of the day.
Yeah, it was his first ever win and only the 2nd time he had ever pitched in his career.
And then this on Ohtani, I mean, I feel like one of these things comes out every week. It feels like it used to happen when Mike Trout was in his prime, just putting up Albert Pujols too, just numbers that we haven't seen guys do before. 42 games into the season, Ohtani has 15 dingers, 10 stolen bases, 45 runs, and 25 walks. No one in Major League history has done that in a 42-game span.
Well, I don't know if anyone's worth $700 million, but if, because the idea was if he doesn't pitch, how much is he worth? Well, again, don't know if anyone's worth $700 million, but as a fan of a team that paid Juan Soto, not $700 million, but we paid him close. We gave him a lot of money, and Juan Soto will not pitch. I would gladly take Shohei Ohtani and what he's doing under the guise of maybe one day he can pitch, and that being the DH as opposed to Juan Soto's outfield prowess and whatever the hell he's doing at the plate. He truly is something special.
By the way, I'm now seeing the baseball that the position player threw. Even cooler, he got Otani to sign it, and it says, "What a pitch!" with an exclamation point, and then Otani's signature on the sweet spot.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, that's
That'll be passed down for generations in that family.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
such a cool deal.
yeah, I see. He's sitting there in the clubhouse and it's in a glass case.
Yep, you got a little sticker on it already.
That is hilarious. And yeah, someone said look it up, and so I went and watched it. After he threw that ball, he started backing up.
Oh, like he thought he was gonna get smoked.
Yes. Like I don't know if I've ever seen that. That's like softball stuff.
Oh yeah.
He throws it, and as the ball is approaching Otani,
He's retreating.
He's retreating. His glove is like over his face, and he starts backpedaling, and then he realizes, I struck him out.
A moment that Johnny Pereda will never forget.
Dude, and I don't know how long that dude's going to be in the majors.
He's
but
got the number 64, so you can't imagine that he's one of their main guys.
dude, if that's Crash Davis, if that's it,
yeah.
I mean,
You could come up with a lot worse ways to remember your MLB career if that's all you
smirk
ended up
on
being.
his face.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal. And one that he had the wherewithal to go get Otani to sign, and good for Otani for signing it.
Yeah. And Otani, by all accounts, seems like an awesome dude.
Yeah, it seems like just a kick-ass guy that gets it. That's one of the, what do they always say? The great part about baseball is you go out because you never know when you're going to see something you've never seen before.
Yep.
There you go.
There you go. Well, it's that time for us to enter the Pick Ponies Club. The Preakness comes our way on Saturday. We'll give you some ideas, some picks, some handicaps. They might not be right, but they'll be fun. We'll do it coming up next.
The Portland
That's right, we're cultured here too. We can keep up with the kids and their hot new records. Chappell Roan, who was, New Artist of the Year? Was that right? I think this song and album won a bunch of Emmys too.
Are you a Pink Pony boy?
I'm a Pink Pony Clydesdale. Or I'm a Pink Clydesdale. Can a pony be a Clydesdale? Do you have a pony Clydesdale? I guess a baby Clydesdale is a pony?
I don't think you can have a pony Clydesdale.
Probably not.
No. But you could be the Pink Clydesdale. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, up there dancing in your heels. That song's a jam. That's a good album.
Yeah, that song's super fun, and we played it because it's not the Pink Pony Club, but the Pick Ponies Club here on Primetime. We got the Preakness coming up tomorrow, and it's, as Suk mentioned last segment, it's a little bit of a letdown because you're not going to see a shot at a Triple Crown. Sovereignty, the horse who won the Kentucky Derby, not going to be participating in this one, and also just 9 horses in the field. So there's less to get cute with, but there's also more to potentially hit on. Journalism is back. Journalism was
that was the odds-on favorite.
That
right?
was the favorite for the Derby.
Took second
behind Sovereignty, and Journalism is now an even bigger favorite in this race. Journalism is about even money right now. And so with that, we kind of saw, I think people saw about everything they needed to out of that horse. He ran a pretty good race. Sovereignty was just better. Now Sovereignty is not in this race, and the field in this one probably not as good as the Derby. So stands to reason he should be the favorite. I've listened to and read through some handicaps of these horses, so I'm going to give you some notes on the field here. You can do with it what you like, but there are 5 horses that I have kind of honed in on. Journalism's one of them. You're not going to make a lot of money just betting Journalism to win and getting even back. So if you're trying to do one of the $1 to bet $1,700, just put Journalism down as your winner and start to fill in some of the rest. But the next horse that I like is this the 8-horse Clever Again, who's now down to either 4 or 5 to 1 odds. His trainer, Steve Asmussen, is the winningest trainer in North America. He's the second fastest horse in the field based on metrics, and won his last 2 races coming in. So people like him for all those reasons.
I like where you're going. So you put Journalism first.
Journalism first.
If you throw in a couple combinations for second and third, and if that hits, there's your big payday.
Correct. So I will use this Clever Again in the 2, 3, and 4 spots because I think that he could finish any of those. And then this will be there'll be multiple of those $1 combinations coming out.
I like where we're going with this, our Pink Pony picks.
That's right, the Pink Pony picks. So Journalism and Clever Again. Then we like River Thames, the 6-horse, or River Thames, but spelled like the river in London. Plus 650. He's a Todd Pletcher horse. Todd Pletcher, one of the most renowned trainers in the game. Came in second by a neck to Sovereignty in the only race that they faced each other. So this horse has the chops to keep up with that one. The one thing, though, that they skipped the Derby with this horse, and he hasn't been one that's been a real closer. So you like him in the mix, but maybe not to win the whole thing. He can go in a 2, 3, 4 spot. Then we have Goal Oriented. This is a fun horse. It's the one horse. Couple big things. It's a Bob Baffert horse. Everyone knows the legend of Bob Baffert. He's the most decorated trainer at Preakness.
Cheating bastard.
Well, only at Churchill Downs. Now, he was banned at Churchill. He was not banned at Preakness or at Pimlico. He's won the Preakness 8 times. That's more than any other trainer.
I didn't know. I thought when you got banned from the sport. You only get banned from individual tracks.
I think that they can. I think there is a governing body that can say you have to be away from racing, but I think this was more specific to something the horse just had in his system for that race. So that event banned him or banned them.
Okay.
But Baffert is training Goal Oriented, who is about a 7 to 1 shot last I checked. The other interesting thing is that Baffert has jockey Flavian Pratt on the back of Goal Oriented.
Come on.
But here's the stat you need. When Baffert links one of his horses up with Flavian Pratt, they win 26% of the time. That's a pretty good clip.
That is a pretty good clip.
And then additionally, what makes you a little worried about this horse, he has only raced against other horses twice.
Okay, so he's the definition of the rookie.
He's fast. He's trained by a pedigreed trainer, but no one really knows if he has the chops.
What is he getting nervous? he's like, what is happening here?
Yeah, well,
Stage fright.
He's also on the rail. He's number 1, and they say that he is a speed horse who will like to try to get out to the lead rather than hang back and stick with the pace. So He seems like a one that could definitely jump out early and then maybe fade back into the 2, 3, or 4 spots. So we'll like him there. And then 2 more for you to round out the 3 and 4 spots. Heart of Honor, which is the only horse I have that is non-domestic. This horse from the UAE, where it's won twice in Dubai and 3 second-place finishes in Dubai. So
I like the foreign horse. I like where we're going with
done
this.
very well over there. Little nepotism going on, though. The jockey is the daughter of the trainer. So, you know, I'm not saying the experience isn't there.
Are lady jockeys, do they win up?
I don't know.
Is there sexism in jockeys?
Is
I
it
don't know.
weird and sexist that I didn't know that you could have lady jockeys?
Really? What, you didn't know?
What are you, a jockey segregationist?
Nope, just didn't know.
Well, I know you gotta be
didn't really
little, so
cross my mind.
It would make sense that you would have because
They're
want
the lighter being.
The lighter being.
You
right?
would think, right? I don't know why. Like Seabiscuit, I don't know.
And then, so this horse, though, Heart of Honor, it would have qualified for the Derby. They elect to skip it, focus on this race. The one thing that you might need to worry about with Heart of Honor, although he's been a winner overseas, he lost to the horse that finished last place in the Kentucky Derby.
That's not so good.
So, yeah, let's see. What was it? It was
he's been
Admiral Daytona finished last in the Derby. This horse couldn't beat that horse.
He's been hiding out overseas, running against a bunch of slobs. Now he's over here with the big boys, can't hang.
And then finally, Suk, for the final horse to include in our try and superfectas in the 3 and 4 spot, one that's going to be near and dear to your heart. This is Sandman. Sandman was actually hyped up quite a bit before the Kentucky Derby, and in listening to some podcasts, a lot of it was because there's now some influencer that is like somehow connected, and he was pumping up this horse. So this horse took way more money than any horse not named journalism in the Derby.
Shedeur Sanders of horses.
And it wasn't that great. But little worse field here at Pimlico, and Sandman is a really fast horse, but I've read that he struggles with traffic. So, you know, they're racing each other. That's the point of it. But he's not comfortable getting super close in a tight line to try to get to the front. He doesn't like the literal jockeying between the horses.
He's a coward's
so
horse.
he kind of like bends around to get to the front, and that might not work here.
Nah, he's a coward's horse. I don't like him.
But he was, in fact, inspired by Metallica. One of the owners is a huge Yankees fan and a huge Mariano Rivera fan. And because of Enter Sandman, the closing song, he said, I want a horse that's going to be a closer. So they named Sandman after Metallica.
Oh, all right. Well, that's kind of fun, even though it sounds like that horse sucks. But, you know, hey.
I'd say he was an underachiever. Good pedigree, hasn't gotten the most out of it yet. So failed against expectations in the Kentucky Derby, but could maybe hang around for a little place action here.
There's the Ryan Buckley pink pony picks.
And Ortner, you've been listening to Randy Moss and others this week. You got any thoughts on the Preakness?
Yeah, I also threw in. Let's see, I gotta pull mine up and I gotta get it to load again. But I made a couple.
Why are you listening to Randy Moss?
Okay, so
this shows how you're uncultured and you don't care about the
This is a fun little thing.
No, I don't.
NBC's top horse racing analyst is a bald white dude named Randy Moss.
The original Randy
Who is
Moss.
older than the other Randy Moss.
Right.
He's actually had some really funny stories about people mistaking the two of them. Randy Moss, the football player, actually likes horse racing. They've had the opportunity
I was
to
a little
cross
thrown
paths
off.
before.
I was like,
yeah.
why are you
Yeah.
Why
No,
are
we're
you
not listening to the
Picks out
football
winners,
player.
bro.
listening to Randy Moss?
But you know what? If old 84 had a pick for me, I'd probably take that too.
I can't remember if you talked about the 8 horse, but I threw the 8 horse.
The
in
8
a
horse
lot.
clever again. Yeah.
And I also threw the one as well.
Goal oriented. That's the Baffert horse. Yeah. So we're on the same page
amount
here.
of time that you two mooks have spent trying to pour over something you have no idea about.
Hey,
is
one time
Took
I
me
turned $1
5 minutes.
into $1,700, and damn it, I'm prepared to try and do it again.
I don't like that you come in here trying to yuck our yum. We like gambling a little bit. For shame,
I
sir.
love that you're just like, yeah, let's listen to Randy Moss and get into the Preakness. Let's go.
He was on a show that I already listened to.
I
I was
love
excited. I like Randy Moss. I think you should try.
I love the degenerates that you two have become when it comes to gambling. I'm gonna sit this one out. So,
Well, thank you to Chapel Roan, and thank you for humoring us. That concludes our Pick Ponies Club. Coming up next, Joey Harrington, as we do every Friday, Story Time with Joey Harrington, brought to you by Mods PDX. That's coming up on the other side of the break. But first, Ortner has SportsCenter.
Yes.
Well, thank you to Chapel Roan, and thank you for humouring us. That concludes our Pick Ponies Club. Coming up next, Joey Harrington, as we do every Friday, Story Time with Joey Harrington, brought to you by Mods PDX. That's coming up on the other side of the break. But first, Ortner has SportsCenter.
This is a PGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on The Fan, we're about a little over halfway through the first quarter in New York. Right now, the Knicks are leading 14-10 over Boston. You got 4:20 left to go in the first quarter there, Boston. They've got the ball. Peyton Pritchard inbounding. Over in the NHL, you got one playoff game there as well. They're in the middle of the first period right now. If the Panthers are able to knock off the Maple Leafs, they will end that series and they will go to the Eastern Conference Finals, getting ready to take on the Hurricanes. If the Maple Leafs win that game, they will force a Game 7 on Sunday. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts
Mods PDX. Joey, no Isaac with us this week. He is road tripping. My first question for you, what's your longest car road trip?
Ooh.
Enticing.
Eugene to San Diego.
Well, that's not too bad.
Yeah. Although we had decided that we were all going to take turns driving, but the guy whose car it was just kind of got on a roll and he drove the whole thing straight.
That's the best. That's the best when you get one of those in your crew who's
The
like,
road
no, I'm
team.
happy to.
Yeah. I was just trying. It just came up in conversation the other day. So what is it? It's 8 hours to San Francisco and then like 8 hours down to San Diego.
Oh,
Does that
it's
sound about
longer.
right?
I think San Francisco is more like, I want to say that's more like 11 or 12.
Because you'll go San Francisco to like,
No. You're talking about San Francisco to San Diego is 11 or 12?
No. From Portland to San Francisco.
But we went from Eugene.
Oh, well, yeah, that shaves a couple off. That's true.
I think it was a 16-hour trip. And you know, this was quite a while ago, but yeah, we went 16 hours straight. And one guy, just Brian Alfano was his name. He just decided to rock it, you know, just roll with it.
What was the purpose? Was this concert, party, just
Spring break. Yeah. Spring break. We just drove down to visit a buddy down in San Diego and crash at his place.
Yeah, you're looking at a little over 8 hours. You're right. Eugene to San Francisco.
Yeah.
That's not too shabby.
Yeah, it's kind of like that yeehaw. Like I'm not completely off base. I know these things every once in a while.
Yeah, it's a nice little road trip. The drive to San Francisco isn't too shabby, especially if you can make that a little longer or take the more scenic route.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And did you guys actually have a real car? Because I drove cross country in a 1981 Dodge Raider where our rock was our cruise control, and probably the dumbest thing I've ever done with no AC and like 3 fat guys. So
rock.
As in you just put the rock on the gas pedal?
Yeah. Well, the car didn't go above like 65 miles an hour, and we all got tired of holding our foot. So literally, we just found a rock on the side of the road in Nevada somewhere, and that became our cruise control. Which again, don't do. Incredibly stupid, but when you're fat and dumb and like 20, that's the sort of stuff you do.
A rock.
A rock.
I'm still that's just stupid.
Yes.
And I like your contention that the reason why or the defense of it is because your foot was tired from holding the pedal. I've never heard that complaint before.
Well, have you ever?
And especially that makes no sense if you're saying that you could push it all the way to the ground.
Yes.
Therefore, you wouldn't be holding it like halfway and getting like the old shin, the exercise you did for shin splints where you lift your toe up and like there's none of that. You literally just lay your foot on the pedal.
I'm telling you, you clearly have never driven a piece of crap. Like you are, if you have ever been in a 4 on the floor Dodge Raider, it is not like that gas pedal is fighting you. The car is fighting you. It does not want to be on the floor. And I'm telling you, after like 6 hours, you're done. You're just done with it. And it was like 3 of us that were like rotating through. And one of our idiot friends was like, I'm done. And he literally pulled over to the side of the road. We weren't sure what was doing. And you got a rock. And then after that, I want to say that made it to like somewhere like across Oklahoma. I think that rock lasted from like Nevada through Oklahoma.
Yeah. It seems like a very, very Oklahoma-ish idea.
Well, and you got to remember too, one, you're not going very fast. I mean, I don't think that thing went 70 miles an hour. And there's nothing to hit like on those roads. There's a lot of just straight empty highway, and God forbid you came across a hill, because then that max speed of 68 turned into more like 46.
See, I've never driven that stretch of the country, although I have driven through. I've driven like Dallas to Manhattan, Kansas.
I bet that's a boring ass drive.
Or maybe it was Kansas City to Manhattan. I can't remember what, but like it really wasn't. It was kind of scenic.
Really?
Some wheat fields, a little bit of corn, a little bit of rolling hills.
Windmills here and there.
Yeah, everybody talks about like just these stretches, and maybe it's more just like Montana or Oklahoma, where it's just you can literally just put the wheel straight for 20 miles and just drive. I haven't experienced that.
Now, what about driving internationally? I know Suk just did that. Have you done driving internationally? I've never driven internationally, let alone like on the other side of the road. But I think Suk was just doing it in Italy. Have you done that?
Oh, I've done it all. Oh yeah. So one time me and two other buddies, we decided to rent an RV in New Zealand, which isn't. Oh, it was fun, but you don't really think through that. It's like, oh yeah, sure, I can drive on the other side of the road. Okay, and it's a stick shift.
Oh
Perfect.
boy.
So driving a left-handed stick, but the pedals were still the same.
Yeah.
Right. So you're
weird.
shifting with your. It was all screwy. But so then we pulled up. It was one of those things where, we did the RV thing for a while, and I had just gotten. I think I was the first year in the league, and I was like, hey, in the middle of the trip, we'll have a nice little reprieve from our camper van. And we pulled up to this place called Hookah Lodge. And I mean, it was like the type of place that I think Queen Elizabeth stayed there at one point or something like that. And we pulled up, and the doorman or whoever it was comes out as we're pulling through with like this RV thing and about to take out this old growth timber that's coming across. I just about scraped this thing so bad. It was a pretty traumatic RV experience in a foreign country.
Yeah, driving foreign, it can definitely be interesting because you don't really know the rules. Again, if it's everything is stick, reversed, and then dude, some of the roads you drive on, and it's like I know in certain, like especially like Latin American countries, there's really no difference between the freeway and like a side street. You're just on a side street, and then all of a sudden you're on the freeway. And
wait, tell me you didn't drive in Rome.
Yeah, no, we went from where did we drove? We drove from Florence to Tuscany, and then up through like Venice.
But you didn't drive in Rome, though.
No, you could not. You couldn't
That
pay
was
me.
the single most harrowing experience I have ever had. I drove in Rome.
Oh,
it was awful.
I don't know how. We were joking about that. You couldn't pay me to drive in Rome. Everything, the streets are so narrow, and like you just think it's like some.
And if you miss one,
yeah,
like it's like, oh yeah, I'll just take the next. Nope, except the next one is a one-way going in the opposite direction, and it literally loops you around the entire city.
Yeah, you got to go around the whole ring to get back. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well,
it's.
And it's terrifying to like you're walking and you think you're walking down like a little alley and then some car comes barreling through the alley and they don't give a rip. That was Rome was top 3 worst traffic situations I've ever seen in my entire life. There's definitely places that you go where you're like, nope. Like when we went from Florence to Tuscany, that's fine. It's just all countryside roads. It was easy, but
right.
Like Rome, Bali was about as scary as I've ever seen. Because like
did you drive there?
We were on scooters, and
oh god,
we quickly learned that you can't be on the main roads because you'll be like in a traffic circle with like giant trucks and then like 1,000 scooters, and the scooters think that they're in charge of the road, and there's like 6 people. There's like an entire family and then like a crate of chickens on the back of a Kawasaki.
On a scooter.
Yeah, and they'll literally cut off like a moving sized truck, and the dude won't lose the ash off his cigarette. It's a different animal. It's just terrifying.
Yeah, I've not driven in it, but I have been a passenger in both Beijing and in Delhi, and those places.
Yeah.
In Beijing, we watched a bus hit a bicyclist that was a dude with a woman on the handlebars, like 2 of them on one bike, and the bicyclist got up and apologized to the bus driver.
Yeah. You see some dude wipe out and he just bounces up and he's like, well, he's limping. He's like, well, this is what we're doing. And then they just, they cruise off and do something else.
Let's bring it back local, Joey. Will you be
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do we get on this topic?
road trips?
Road trips. I love a good road trip.
Well,
because Rob's on a road trip.
that's
On a
right.
road trip.
That's right.
And that's not a good road trip because you're road tripping with your folks, but like you and your buddies, like that one we went when the Raider, that was Salt Lake to New Orleans. And, everyone should go on one great dumb idiot friend that's fueled by chewing tobacco, Gatorade, and, Slim Jims. Like everyone should go on one of those road trips with your idiot friends at some point in your life.
So we had one where we were sitting around one night, and it's like, and it wasn't, I was part of the crew, where somebody said, I feel like In-N-Out Burger. And we were like, well, where's the closest In-N-Out? I said, Reading.
Yep.
So everybody got in a car, and we started driving down the freeway to Reading.
Yep.
Except we realized that by the time we would have gotten there at like 5 a.m,
In-N-Out.
In-N-Out would have been closed. So instead, we stopped at the casino and, probably had a better night. Anyway, what we're going to talk about?
What we're talking about is every great road trip starts at about 10 o'clock at night with someone saying, hey, do you want to? And everyone else being like, yeah.
Yeah.
Every great road trip starts that way. Hey, it's the middle of the night. Anyone feel like going somewhere? Yes. Yes, we do.
Yes.
Yeah, I
The
had one of
answer
those
is
college
always
nights.
yes.
We basically were like, this party isn't great. None of us had really had anything to drink. Let's go down to Seven Feathers and made some money on the roulette wheel that night.
Bingo. I like where that's going.
Let's
There
bring
you
it back
go.
local here for a second. Joey, when's the last time you talked to Jody Allen about your candidacy for Blazers ownership? Going to be expanding your
Tuesday.
sports ownership portfolio, I assume?
We chatted on Tuesday.
Okay. And things are looking good?
Yeah, I just got to come up with another couple billion, and we should be, in the ballpark.
Yeah, looks like 4 is probably going to get it done, right? 4 and then another $1.5 billion to rebuild or build a new arena.
The interesting thing is, and it's tough to imagine for those of us who still remember the Rose Garden when it was built. It's the bottom of the barrel now.
Yep.
And it needs complete renovation. This is a scary. This is kind of a scary time, to be perfectly honest. Does the NBA want an owner to relocate the Blazers? No, of course not. But let's not fool ourselves into thinking that that couldn't happen. There are there are only so many people with a spare $4 billion hanging around, right? And not many of them have ties to the Portland community. So this is I don't know. I'm honestly a little bit nervous.
Well, let's put a pin in that for a second. We do have to break, but I'm curious about these concerns. Me and Suk and I kicked this around a little bit earlier in the week, but I know that Portland fans are also laying in wait, wondering who the next owner is going to be, what the profile of the owner is going to look like, and is there any danger to the franchise. We'll get to that next, plus some football stuff with Joey Harrington. Storytime brought to you by Mods PDX on 1080 The Fan.
It's time.
ownership. And earlier in the week, Zook and I kicked this around a little bit, Joey. We didn't really see much of a destination for another NBA team to go as far as where you could relocate. Not that somebody wouldn't want to, but you're expressing some concerns that you don't necessarily get to dictate who the $4 billion man or woman is that comes in. Thoughts about the potential of the Blazers, I guess, maybe moving, or what gives you that pause?
The reality of professional sports. And the last time we saw a Northwest team get sold, would you have said that they were going to move to Oklahoma?
No,
in terms of a destination.
No, but they did sell to an owner that we knew. That was a crappy situation because they sold to a guy that everyone kind of knew wanted to bring it home.
Right, and very adamantly said, "I am not moving the team," and then went to the city and said, "I need a new stadium," which is literally the exact situation that we're sitting in right now. Which is what gives me pause, which makes me nervous. Right? What makes me nervous? You asked is we are the Sonics. We are the team that has a city that loves their team and has facilities that need to be significantly upgraded. And let's not fool ourselves into thinking that American professional sports is just an American thing, right? I mean, look at the expansion, or look at the NFL playing games over in Europe, expanding into Spain and England and Germany. We already have NBA teams in Canada. What's to say that an NBA team can't go to Mexico? What's to say that an NBA team can't? Of course, you look at Vegas, but that there are all sorts of places around that would gladly take an NBA team and would roll out the red carpet to build a stadium to attract them because of the business that comes in around it. It's a, like I said, I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm realistic in the fact that this is not a sure thing.
So I would hope, and maybe I'm being naive, but if you go back to 1985, I believe there's only 3 real teams that have relocated. Charlotte, but that was you're getting a team back, Charlotte to New Orleans, and there was an expansion right around the corner where they were like, you're going to get a team. The Nets went from Jersey to Brooklyn. That's not really a move. That's like moving to Vancouver. So you had, like, going back to 85, you had Kansas City to Sacramento. You had Vancouver to Memphis, and you had Seattle that left. And I just think that Seattle one was such a bad look for the NBA because it was sold knowing that he wanted to do that, and he didn't put a good faith effort in. So everything I've heard from Adam Silver, they are not in the business of moving teams. Portland is a market that loves their team. Even at our worst, we're still middle of the road in attendance. And I would like to believe, and they've kind of alluded to it, fingers crossed, that part of the vetting process to selling the team to a group is going to be a plan of what do you do with the arena. The NBA knows that either that needs to be a complete overhaul or a new one. And that was the same thing like when Ballmer came in and took the Clippers. I know we're not LA. I just don't think the NBA has the balls and to do the optics of letting another team from the Pacific Northwest sell to a guy that immediately wants to take them somewhere else. I think what happened to Seattle is what is going to protect us down here in Portland.
But it doesn't have to be an immediate thing.
No.
Right? There's the key word, right? There is nothing in the sales documents from Jody Allen that says the team needs to stay. That doesn't have to be an immediate type of thing. So-and-so buys the team, you get yourself rolling. After a year or two, you put a proposal in front of the city. Maybe it goes to the voters, maybe, to finance a stadium. And what if Portland says no? Yeah. No, sorry, we're not going to pay for one. All right, now you're 3 or 4 years down the road. Your contract is up with the Rose Garden. All right, there's nothing keeping them there, right? So it doesn't have to be some like nefarious, in the dead of night, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to, who was it? Art Modell, who took the Cleveland Browns to Baltimore. This could be something that that just kind of plays out in a natural way if Portland and their leaders aren't I say on the ball.
I'll tell you, if the NBA allows that to happen, because they have to approve everything, if they allow another team from the Northwest to leave, a team that is without a question one of the more passionate fan bases of the smaller markets, I guess maybe that's what I'm holding on to, is I just think if you're a small market owner, it's almost unconscionable to me.
It would paint the league with a very evil brush.
An absolute evil brush that you did it twice in the span of, the Sonics moved in 2008.
It's like 15,
and now they're
years.
To the point where the NBA, the first time that they were going to expand, the first thing is we're bringing one back to Seattle. They understand the error of that way. So that's, and like I said, maybe I'm being naive. That's just what I hold on to.
And to that point, let me ask you this question. Has any professional sports organization truly cared about the feelings of small market teams?
No, that is,
no.
that is fair.
They haven't.
Yeah.
It is purely a money-driven business.
Yeah.
And it is only a money-driven business. These owners of the professional sports teams don't do it for the goodwill and the love of the game. They do it because it puts a hell of a lot of money in their pocket. And
you're right. There's not a lot of, we looked through, there's not a lot of major markets that don't have a team. You're dealing with like Kansas City, Baltimore. There's not many, but to your point, if you wanted to be pessimistic about it, even if it was a smaller market, if someone wants to pay $2 billion for a new arena and it would cost them $2 billion to build it here in Portland, I guess that's
bingo.
I guess that's $2 billion reasons to move it elsewhere, which is why I'm hoping whoever comes in here has FU money. I want some of that Walmart money. I want some of that Steve Ballmer money where, it's not run like a business. It's a passion project, and you're coming in with a sweeping. But like the Thorns did this, and I know it's on a completely different scale. But the Thorns came in and were like, "Hey, we're buying the team. We have a plan. We're building a facility." Like they came in, boots on the ground. We're ready to go. I would hope that the NBA vets it to where whoever comes in and buys this 12 months from now comes in and announces, hey, we're buying the team for $3.8 billion. We're sinking $900 million or $1 billion into the Moda Center in the next 2 years to renovate it, or we're coming in and we're buying Lloyd Center and within 2 years we're building it. I hope someone has that plan, because you're right. If it doesn't happen like what they did with the Thorns where they immediately announce it, then we get into the scary, what's going to happen 2-3 years down the road.
Mm-hmm. And all I'm saying is, hey, I'm with you. Like I remember buying my Western Conference Champions T-shirt from the dude who was selling it in the on the folding table on the corner of 33rd and Broadway. Like I am on board, have always been on board, and will always be on board. However, I've been around enough in professional sports to know that this isn't out of the realm of possibility.
It just that would, of all the gut punches that this city has had, and I think we've weathered them. And I spend
that would feel like a knockout.
I spend a lot of time, Rome. Most of my free time is spent in Portland, and I love this city. And I think we're on the way back up, and I think we're catching some W's lately. I do. I don't know if that's a knockout punch, but boy, that certainly feels like that would be a standing. That would be a standing eight.
No, that's not a gut punch. That's a kick in the crotch.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. I can't, and maybe that's why. Maybe I'm naive because I don't want to think about it. I just can't. I don't know. I just can't fathom it. But I'm guessing the Cleveland Browns couldn't fathom their team leaving, or the Baltimore Colts and
well, yeah. You used the examples of the NBA, and I immediately thought, well, what about Cleveland going to Baltimore?
Yeah.
The Ravens. What about the Houston Oilers going to Tennessee?
Yeah.
What about the Oakland A's now playing in Sacramento
Yeah.
right now? What about like this? It's sure you have a smaller sample size in a 32 team NBA league, but let's expand this to the realm of professional sports.
Yeah.
Which is what this is. This is an economic decision in the world of professional sports, and if that's the case, you've got a lot more. You have a lot more comparison, or a lot more. What's the word I'm looking for? This has happened. Yeah, examples of where this has happened.
Yeah, I do remember. I mean, my favorite sports team ever is the Detroit Red Wings, and they're hockey town. Like, there may not be a team more so. Green Bay. I mean, it's that level of when you think Detroit, it's the Red Wings, and you think Green Bay, it's the Packers, and the Ilitch family is worth $5 billion, and they had the nerve a number of years ago to basically say, hey, you either help us out or we'll start looking elsewhere. And I mean, I guess now I'm all depressed because I guess if and it was all a threat, it was a bluff, and the city of Detroit bent over backwards for him. But I remember reading that and thinking, you've got to be kidding me. Like, you're literally threatening to move the Detroit Red Wings out of an original 6 team out of Hockey Town. And a lot of people said it was a bluff, but it worked. But they did, to your point, they rattled the cage until the city bent over and, did what they not
Owners don't own teams out of the goodness of their heart.
Yeah.
And that's the unfortunate, not unfortunate, but that is the reality in this situation, and it has to be taken into consideration, or else, or else we don't want to talk about it.
And maybe that's the beautiful part about Paul Allen that I don't know how many people appreciate it. He bought the Seahawks out of civic duty to keep them in Seattle, and he bought Portland and built them an arena. Because I will say, without Paul Allen, we don't have a team, because that arena never would have been built 30 years ago, and someone else would have built it. So whatever you think of Paul Allen, if you're a Seahawks fan, if you're a Blazer fan, that man was a savior of both of those franchises.
So, Joe, we didn't get to any football today, but I do have one final question for you before we finish up story time. It's more of a demand or a request. Give us a pick for the PGA Championship or the Preakness.
The Preakness is this weekend?
That's right.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had any other races after the Kentucky Derby. I don't know.
So how about give us a PGA Championship pick then? Or if you want to throw a dart on a horse right now, that'd be amazing.
Is Michael Block playing this year? No, he is. But let's see. Pick for the PGA right now. You could go with Max Homa because he was on fire.
Yeah.
What's so funny is I was looking at the leaderboard a few minutes ago, and
you didn't know any of them?
Of the top 20, I could only say that there were maybe 3 or 4 that I was like, oh yeah, I know who that is.
Yes, it feels like the Corn Ferry Tour out there.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna go Max Homa. Just because I like him. Yeah. He's a nice guy.
Homa. Yeah, he seems like a good dude.
It'd be a good story.
There you go.
All right, Joey. Have a wonderful weekend.
Pick.
We will talk with you maybe some football next week. Maybe not football next week.
Not football. We don't talk football in what is this, May? We don't talk football.
You know what we can maybe get into is hot mascot talk. We didn't get your thoughts on the of Saucy T Sausage, the new FC Bangers mascot. So maybe that.
Now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas.
That's a tease for 7 days from now. Thanks, Joey.
Yep.
Joey Harrington, brought to you by Mods PDX. The club is next on The Fan.
Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, it's a bloodbath right now in New York. The Knicks are up 51-28 on the Celtics. Jalen Brunson has 8 points in this one. There's 3:46 left to go in the first half. Looks like New York could be moving on to the Eastern Conference Finals. They'd have a date with the Indiana Pacers. Over in the NHL, right now it's 0-0 in Florida. 13:53 left to go in the second period. Maple Leafs and Panthers tied up there. Going to need to find a way to win this game by the Maple Leafs if they want to get this series back to Toronto and into Game 7. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube.
That was stupid. But also, I think I'm awesome.
I'm sorry.
They all suck
I want
balls.
to run. Taylor Swift, we won the daddy.
Hey, it's your window, Daddy.
Welcome into the club.
That's a lot of
Take off your
sexism
shorts and dunk me.
uncomfortable,
There's a whole lot going on.
that's
You
a
want
whole
some
lot
pole?
going on. Yeah, give me some pole.
Yeah.
I stand by my statement.
Sure.
The vaginas did not power
The penis rocket. That's right.
Like, I'm all for women breaking through the glass ceiling. Who is it other than sexist
Yeah,
pigs?
yesterday was National Break the Glass Ceiling Day.
Hell yeah. But it does drive me a little crazy when it was just a bunch of rich women that paid to go on a rocket and then somehow we're making it out to be historic. Like, the first woman astronaut, kick ass. First time we had women pilot the space shuttle, kick ass. The first time we had a bunch of annoying rich women pay to get on the space penis rocket, not so much. Yeah, maybe some ceilings should remain intact. Katy Perry.
And my
Go
favorite
away.
thing from that still is Jeff Bezos rushing to the spacecraft after it landed and just falling on his face as he did so. Just on flat terrain. Nothing to see there. Yeah, because his wife was on, or his girlfriend was on it, or whatever his power couple, significant other. I don't think they're married yet.
I don't know. Have you seen like her evolution of her face? It's terrifying.
Yeah,
She's getting the weird
fantastic plastic.
Yeah, she's getting that weird. And she was pretty, but yeah, she's got Jeff paying for a bunch of facelifts, and it's getting weirder and weirder by the minute.
Well, when we started this show today, I didn't have a ton for the club, but now I suddenly have a lot more than I know what to do with, including something I think that'll excite you: a successful Operation Best Friend.
It's all I really want.
Man helps raccoon, man befriends raccoon. We'll get to that and other stuff coming up next on the club. In the club, on the Fan.
There you go. Would I have to lay on the naked guy the entire flight?
It's back.
Well, if you thought the 100 men versus one gorilla hypothetical was insane.
I love that caught on so much.
Well, I'm watching a video over here posing the question, how long could you last in a room with 100 chickens? If the room were fully stocked with food and beverage, but you had to stay in it, sleep there, not leave there, you get $10,000 a day. How long could you put up with 100 chickens in a room, just you and 100 chickens?
So I get to eat. I don't have to eat the chickens.
Nope.
I
No, you just have to
food.
coexist with them.
Oh, I'm guessing you'd make it and that's all. There's nothing else to do.
Nope, you're just stuck in a room with a fridge and a bed and 100 chickens.
I think it's like 20 something days. There was a challenge going somewhere, and I forget where it is, but I want to say it's like in Norway or somewhere, and it's like a tube, a tunnel.
Okay.
And so think like shipping container. It's a real thing. You can look it up,
Okay.
and they've done this, and it's you and one other person. You get to have someone else. And you're in this room, think about the size of a shipping container, and that's it. There's no internet, there's no nothing. It's you. And every day you're in there, I think you have to make it like 90 days or something, and there's a big prize at the end. And I think the longest anyone's made it is something like 31 days. And that's with another person. Like you go, like you can't do it.
Yeah.
Like you start losing it. Like you're not meant to be in
No.
isolation. So I know this is going to be one of those where I guarantee everybody's like, I'll make it 1,000,000 days. You won't.
Yeah.
Solitary confinement causes people. There was an article in Rolling Stone a long time ago, years ago. Solitary confinement literally turns people's brain to mush.
Yeah.
Like you can't function. There's a reason why when they find someone that's lived on an island by themselves, they're literally
They're just nuts.
S-house crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't do it. And I'm guessing the chicken probably makes you. I'm not sure if that makes you crazier faster. That you just start talking to chicken. Eventually, you probably rip the head off a chicken. It's not good.
I'm watching the video
So
of
it's
this
probably not as long as you think.
of this dude attempt it, and it honestly looks like making it a day is going to be a massive struggle.
Well,
just because
You're probably not sleeping.
it's a pretty small space, they are everywhere. He's coming up with ideas how to just keep him on one side of the room to not bug him, and so he has chicken feed in there, and I can send you the link too. But basically, he gets them over to one side of the room. But then they just start crapping everywhere. And so
Yeah.
the more he feeds them, the more they crap. That's getting everywhere. He's trying to keep his bed and his space clean. The people doing this challenge tell him that if he can find a code on one of the chicken's legs, they'll give him a controller to unlock something else. And so he starts playing like a video game and doesn't realize the chickens have surrounded him on the bed and started crapping on the bed that he's now going to have to sleep on. It's a whole disaster.
Yeah, it's not. This is one of those weirdest. I'm trying to find the one that I saw, because it wasn't that long ago that I saw this about literally even being a couple, and people cannot, and people who try it, you cannot do it. And you do make a little money for every day or every week you spay it, but if you make it whatever
To
it
the
was,
finish line,
if you
that's
make
the
it to
big
the
payoff.
finish line, you get a lot of money.
Yeah.
And no one's made it. Multiple people have tried, and it just doesn't work. I bet you that is the number one. How would you say? I bet you that's the most overestimated thing that people think they could do.
Just stay in one place.
Yeah, well, I think a
closed
lot
in
of
and
the gorilla thing. I know there's a lot of dumbasses out
Sure.
there that are like, "I'll take on a gorilla." No, you won't. You give me and 20 guys. The first time you saw one of your friends get his head ripped off, you would stop.
Yeah.
That's. I guarantee 100.
that's human nature.
Well, 100 men could take down a gorilla if
For
it was
sure.
100 men that had no fear.
Right. If they all attacked at once and weren't worried about the consequence, but you see the first person get
Yes.
torn limb from limb, you're like, I don't need to be the next one
And
up.
listen to anyone that's ever been in the military tell you that you get these 18, 19-year-old dudes that are all gung-ho until someone takes a round in the head.
Yeah.
And there's literally trained Marines
It's getting off the boats at Normandy.
that freak out and they piss
Yeah.
their pants and then they curl up in a ball.
Yep.
The first time you saw a silverback gorilla pick up your best friend and break his neck, I'm guessing that you wouldn't be as excited to charge in and jump on his back. Or the first time the gorilla grabs you by the arm and just breaks your arm, I'm guessing that's the end of you. You're not running back in with your broken arm. And so, we have this illusion until reality hits. But even that, I think people understand, for the most part, that's not going to work. But the idea of just sitting in a room by yourself or sitting in the room with one other person, I think most people assume, well, what's so hard about that?
Yeah.
Because we've never done it.
Mhm.
You've never, think about how the longest you've ever been by yourself. with no phone, no nothing, no human. I'll bet you for the average person, that's not longer than I bet it's not even a day.
Yeah.
How long have you ever been where you have no phone, no books,
And most importantly, no contact.
no contact?
Yeah.
I mean, you would literally have to be out in the woods with nothing, just you. And even then, when you're out in the woods, that's not accurate either, because in the woods you're doing stuff.
Right.
You're moving around.
You're not
tasks.
confined in a little box. Yeah.
No, like that is literally solitary confinement. And after they said after a couple of weeks in solitary confinement, like dudes start turning into mush.
Well, we talked about this was months ago, but we talked about the scariest prisons in the world, and there were 3 really different ones. We had the one that had the pit. We had the one where the inmates kind of just ran it and they like leave the guards on the outside. And then we had the other one, I think it was the Russian one, where the scariest thing was the fact that you're in a room that's totally white with no windows and you don't know where you are, and they move you from place to place, and it's just a mind F because there's nothing for your brain to latch onto.
Yeah. So I think the chicken thing would be, I bet the chicken thing would speed it up.
Oh, I'm sure.
The sound of the chickens, imagine, and then you throw in sleep deprivation on top of it because you're not sleeping, because
Right.
all you're hearing is chickens. And then the smell of the chicken poop.
And in some senses,
I'll
I got to
bet you-
imagine.
I'll bet you in a couple days you are literally ripping the head off a chicken out of anger and frustration and lack of sleep.
And just watching this short video, how frustrated this person is just by the chickens being up in his business all the time. Yeah, your patience would wear thin really fast.
Mr. Beast does a couple videos like this. Like he just had one where I think he's filming one right now where the person has to lose 100 pounds before they can leave whatever the enclosement that he has them in. He's done others where like if you stay in here for 30 days, you win X amount of money, and then every day that you stay in, you get more and more money. They're very weird to watch and very interesting. I also don't know like who has a job that allows them to do that.
Well, and that's the thing is, it's like you'd have to find someone that has nothing going on.
Right, or like, yeah, because the kind of person that would be incentivized to try it for the money probably can't afford to take the time off, and the person who has enough money to take the time off, what do they need to do it for?
Yeah, I just think that, and it's one thing to say that you're forced to, like if you're in prison, you don't have a choice, like you're locked in, but
Right.
knowing that you can tap out,
Yeah.
Navy SEAL style, you can ring the bell. I just don't think most people, because they're not trained, I think most people are tapping out after a week.
Yeah.
Maybe even some a few days. I just think mental. I've just read too many survival stories where people literally lose their S.
I heard a story not too long ago about the professional poker player, Canadian Daniel Negreanu. You remember him? He looks a little bit Edward Norton-ish. He was kind of famous in the big poker boom back
Kid
then,
Poker.
but yeah, Kid Poker they called him. But he and his buddies, who are professional gamblers, they do weird like bets with incentives and bribes for each other like all the time. And one of the ones he set up, I'm gonna have to search it to find out the time frame. But basically, like he bet a buddy like $1 million or $1.5 million that he couldn't stay in a room in total darkness for 3 straight days.
Yeah.
Like, we'll still give you a toilet, we'll still give you food, you can sleep, you can wake up, but you're not going to be entertained, and there will be no light. And the guy's like, oh, I can do that. And the dude was losing it.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start to lose your senses of space, time, day, night, all of that, like it gets sideways real quick.
I've done the deprivation tank once, and well, I've done it twice, but one time it didn't work because it was a small tank, so I kept floating to the
And
I
the
kept
deprivation
bumping
tank-
into it, which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to be able to be in a big one. So I've done one in one tank, and that was like 2 hours.
And the purpose is what you're essentially mostly submerged and you lose all your senses, kind of.
Yeah, you're in it's a big pod, and then they put a bunch of salt in the water so you float. So you don't have to and it's not deep water.
Right,
you know,
right. It's a little
It's
pod.
a little pod. So you're in 2 feet of water or whatever. Because when you get in it, you can touch the bottom, but I think it's salt. It's a high concentration of like salt and minerals, so you float, and then it's big enough to where you can't touch the edges or whatever. And then they shut the door, and there's no lights, and there's no sound, and the water is perfectly still, and then you're supposed to lay there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a trip.
Yeah.
I
I think Steph
can't
Curry does that pretty regularly.
I can't say that I enjoyed it. Like I know some people say like you get like you hallucinate or it's like taking mushrooms or whatever.
Because it kind of cuts off all your senses, so it's just you and your brain, basically.
Yeah, it's just you and your brain.
Yeah.
And I can't say that I particularly enjoyed it. And I was in there for, I want to say it was like 90 minutes, maybe an hour.
Listen, I'm someone who's heard of and understand and probably subscribe to like the power of meditation. I can't do that. My brain doesn't turn off that way, and I don't necessarily like. I mean, I like solitude, but I don't like sitting there by myself in total silence, not doing, as the kids would say, just raw dogging life.
Well,
Like,
I didn't go back. That was a one and done.
Yeah.
That was a one and done for me. I'm like, I'll go do some therapy.
Yeah, there you go.
As opposed to floating in that tank. I just know I would not want to do that. If someone said like, you got to make it 3 months in a room full of chickens or isolation, there's a big prize at the end. I don't even think I would attempt.
In watching the 90 seconds, I don't think this guy's making it a week.
I'd be like,
it's bad.
I think I would just go down the road of, you know what, money's cool and all that, but I got a decent enough life, and I'm not gonna. I just think some of those extreme challenges, I'm not certain that the juice is worth the squeeze on
That's right.
that. Like my mental.
Yeah.
Like how long did Aaron Rodgers do that darkness retreat?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I think he's
Weekend,
intentionally
isn't
been ambiguous about details. I don't know how long he was actually.
I also wonder like what that all was, because was it a big room? Were you able to wander? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just be intrigued by all the details of that. I just know human beings are not meant to be stuck in a cage or a room with no sensory stuff, like no light. All that stuff can really F with you.
Yeah.
And you may not be okay when you come out the other side. You may get a chunk of money after 30 days or whatever, but dude, if your brain's a little squishy squash after that when you get out, cool, you got $1 million. You might not be all right.
Well, from living with 100 chickens to saving one raccoon, Operation Best Friend successful. Can Suk replicate it? Probably not, but it's a wonderful story. We'll tell you next. In the club, on the fan, here's Ortner.
This is a DGA Championship Week edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by Langdon Farms Golf Club.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the fan, right now in Florida, that game is still a 0-0. Maple Leafs and Panthers all tied up. 3:30 left to go in the second period. Maple Leafs need to win that game if they want to force a Game 7. It's halftime in New York, and it is a butt-whooping. Right now, the Knicks are up 64-37 on the Boston Celtics. Celtics, of course, have to win this Game 6 if they want to force a Game 7. If the Knicks hold on and they win, they will have a date with the Indiana Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back, the 11th annual Fan Golf Classic.
I have happy news. A lifelong souk dream achieved by someone else. Operation Best Friend successful. I will point you to the X or Twitter handle at MLS, like Major League Soccer, IST. It's an individual, so it's actually MLSist because the guy who made this post is a soccer writer for The Athletics. He's a sports writer.
Okay.
But he put up a post.
Pablo?
Pablo Iglesias Maurer.
He's got good hair.
But he says, I thought I might share a life story from a few months back to brighten your day. Back in March, I spotted a raccoon on the side of the interstate that had very clearly been run over. I pulled over thinking that I'd have to put it out of its misery, but we ended up becoming good friends. Goes on to say it was around rush hour and had a snowstorm that was setting in. He couldn't move his back legs at all, but after one look at him, I knew he might have a chance to survive. Animal control wouldn't do anything, but I managed to find someone 60 miles away or so who might take him in. So against my better judgment, I threw a beach towel over him, wrangled him into the back of my SUV. I understand, obviously, that these little guys can carry rabies. It did not keep me from helping him, and I would do it again. I got there, and it turned out she couldn't take him in. She was authorized to treat rabies vectored species. She gave me the phone number of someone who would 80 miles away in Culpeper, Virginia. At this point, it was 7 p.m. and the snowstorm had set in.
The photos of this little, is it a girl or a guy?
I'm not sure.
The little raccoon, like in the back of his SUV,
It's so adorable.
The cutest effing thing of all
It's why
time.
your quest exists.
Yes.
But it said that even though it was 7 p.m. and the storm was now setting in, the little friend was still calm, and there he was in the back of the SUV. Says it took a couple hours and some pretty terrible conditions, but eventually we arrived. At this point, the little raccoon had fallen asleep. I woke him up and hoping that we had reached his new home, a sprawling, beautiful farm. Karen Lamb was the real hero of the night. She runs Nirvana Ridge, a wildlife sanctuary. She managed to get our friend into a cage, and she promised to look after him and do the right thing if needed. Being if his injuries were so bad he needed to be put down, she would handle that. Says, I was so deeply relieved at Karen's initial observation. The raccoon didn't seem to be in much pain and was super alert and calm, which were all encouraging signs. By the next morning, our friend was feeling a lot better, still hobbling around, but eating and drinking normally, and was warm and comfortable. He's just lazing around in his little carrier, little dog carrier. Over the next month or so, Karen kept our little guy in an enclosure barn with several other raccoons. Miraculously, he made a near full recovery. I had assumed that his back was broken, but I was wrong. I returned a couple of times to see him, and I am so grateful for Karen, truly. The happy end, Karen finally cut him loose recently. He has the run of her property in the woods now. I only ever named him the day before he was released. A friend suggested Clover because we were both so lucky to have found each other. And now I have a Clover tattoo of Clover the raccoon on my leg.
Dude, if I was God, these are the sort of people that would get into heaven.
Yeah, this rules.
Someone that found a raccoon on the side of the road and drove him 100+ miles to try to get him treatment. See, that in a world full of crap and awful people, that warms my heart.
It's wonderful.
Except there's no way I could let that raccoon go at that point.
Yeah, no.
I would be like, that's
but you're my best friend now.
Yes. Well, I'm scared. So someone sent me a DM, and I haven't replied to it yet because I don't know.
Oh boy.
I don't know how. Like,
are you being offered a pet raccoon?
No, not a pet raccoon, but someone said, hey, I'm a longtime listener, and he said they moved to Long Beach, Washington, and they started volunteering at there's a wild care place. It's a nonprofit run by this retired lady. She has no agenda, and they said, other than caring for injured and abandoned wildlife. And she's got a Facebook page on there, and she said she's one of the few people in the wildlife rehab game that will take baby raccoons. Okay. 'Cause a lot of people think that he calls them nuisance animals, so they just put them down.
Sure.
And they have, they carry diseases and all that. But she will take any and all injured and orphaned animals. And right now, it's baby season. And it does say that she had 7 or 8 baby raccoons. And she has a ton of baby squirrels, a few baby possums, a couple baby bunnies, some birds, and a pelican she's rehabbing. She said it's just her. And so they basically were like, she reached out to her. So I think they're just saying, obviously, I might be able to help spread the word, maybe raise some funds, for him, which I'll probably do either way. But she said it'd be fine as long as you signed a liability waiver, went through a short training session, She'd be fine with you bringing the family members as well. It's a pretty cool experience. So
I think you got to do it.
I may do it, but at the same time, it's going to be heartbreaking because I'm going to want to steal one of the little suckers.
Yeah, you're not going to want to leave them. It's like taking the kid to pet the puppy. Like, are you prepared to bring a dog home? If not, you probably shouldn't show your kid the puppy.
I'm a little terrified because like I've been trying Operation Best Friend for like 7 years now.
Yeah,
and I'm terrified that I'm going to go up there and that all I'm going to want to do is just steal one and be like, so what's the deal with buying one of these? She'd be like, it's a wild animal. You can't take it home. And I'm like, can't I? And next thing you know, I'm like shoving an old lady down with a raccoon under my arm, like O.J. Simpson, like through a Hertz commercial, like hurdling things. And now I've got a possibly diseased baby raccoon underneath my arm, like taking it home.
Yeah, it's like a Mission Impossible theme. I love it.
Little bit. It's one of those like, do I just go and play with baby raccoons knowing I can't have one? Or is it better to just have never experienced baby raccoon?
What is the phrase? Is it better to? It's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all.
Yes.
You know, maybe you need the experience just to know how kindred you are with the raccoon
I say
species.
do it. I say do it. Just go over there and see what you could have.
I'm in the. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be good going for my mental. I want one. I want one so very bad. Then what if they offer me? What if they offer me one?
Well, then keep it. I mean, like
I think it's illegal, but I still want one.
There was a person I went to high school
isn't
with
the
that
issue
had a
that Ka
deer.
wouldn't put up with it even so?
Well, that's the other fear. I would have to. If Ka caused problems, is it wrong that I would get rid? I'd have to.
Sorry,
fight
dog.
him. I'm like, sorry, buddy.
I've been waiting years for this. I didn't even know you when this quest started.
Well, and like Ka's like my best. Like he's
Yeah.
way closer to me than anyone else in the family, and I would have to be like, yeah, sorry, family, but
You're gonna have to. Yeah.
I think I'd give up a kid for a raccoon. For a raccoon, a baby raccoon that I could raise on my own. The Hamburglar living in my house.
Yep.
Oh my God!
How do you
it's
think?
all I've ever wanted.
You think the BTJ would like living with a raccoon?
I don't know. I think she's open to the idea because she's part of Operation Best Friend too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's been involved in it now for 4.5 years. I'm not certain if she's willing to go to the lengths that I am for the Hamburger.
Well, and at least now you have an ally in Iserman's girlfriend.
That's true.
You know,
that is 100% true.
Would this cheapen Operation Best Friend if this is how you got Operation Best Friend? Is this like the the hole-in-one on the par 3 course?
I'll tell you right now, after 7 years of Operation Best Friend, it's probably more like 8.5 at this point since I moved into my house. Yeah, it's been like 8.5 years since I found out there was raccoons in my trees. At this point, I don't care. However, a raccoon were to come to be my best friend,
much like the hole-in-one, you take it however you can get it.
take it however you can get it. Yes, I would not. At this point, any raccoon that comes into my possession would be just fine. There would be no. You can't second guess a raccoon at this point. Because I'm sorry, I've got a little Inigo Montoya thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to lose hope. I'm starting to lose hope that Operation Best Friend is never going to happen, and I think that's what's keeping me from reaching out. I just got this the other day. I'm afraid that it's going to break my heart.
Oh.
I'm afraid after all these years, I'm going to come that close to Operation Best Friend, and then it's just going to get ripped away from me when I have to go home, and then nothing will ever be this. I'm going to go home to Ka, and it's like every day I see that guy, and he makes me happy.
And he's your number one, but you're going to see another number one and be like, oh, you're what I have now? Yeah, that's
like
rough for him.
How sad is it going to be when I wake up and I see my big fella, and he's all excited to see me, and I look
You're
at him.
still cool, but
and
you're
I'm
not a
like,
raccoon.
baby raccoon. Yeah, that's my fear, is that Ka can't possibly live up to the Hamburglar.
Well, one person successfully befriended a raccoon, although not a lifelong friend, at least doesn't seem like.
But
Just
I see,
fleeting,
I see these photos of people, like these hillbillies, and they're like on their porch, and they're like dancing with raccoons. And why can't I? I lay out food for them.
You want to go live in the Appalachian mountain range?
I don't get what they're doing that I'm not.
Become a moonshiner?
I sit out there at my fire pit, and I lay out little treats for them, and they come right down like to the like to the fence line, and they're looking at me, and I'm like, let's do this, and then like they just run away.
You got to get them when they're a baby. Like
That's
there
right.
was a kid that went to school with me whose dad like raised a deer, found the baby deer sick, and then raised it, and then he had a pet deer. So that's like what you need to do. You need to find a sick raccoon.
I had a buddy in college. He was from the Salt Lake area, but his family had a place out in Heber, Utah, total like country. And they had two different situations. One in which there was a bobcat that was killing their chickens, and somebody killed the bobcat and then realized there was a litter of baby bobcats. And so they raised 4 baby bobcats in their home.
I'm not
and
certain
then
that's a good idea.
No, I don't think it was
I
a
know
good
the
idea.
raccoon's a bad idea, but that idea is a great idea compared to raising a freaking bobcat.
And then same thing with they had a deer that would hang out in their house, became really good friends with their dog.
Yeah.
So
I don't even need like the raccoon to like live at my house. I just want
just
the
be around.
I just want the raccoon. It's like I just want it to hang out.
It's like another regular at the same bar that you go to.
Yes.
You don't need to be friends and be on the phone and texting all day.
Yes.
But like it'd be nice to kind of have the mutual nod when you see each other.
Jeffrey's my drinking bar buddy.
There
I
you
don't
go.
need him to move in with me.
Yeah.
I just like to see him every week and be like, hey, what's up? We buy each other a drink.
Maybe someday you will find your Jeffrey the raccoon. We will wrap it up as we head into the weekend next on The Fan.
The Fan is live of cheap fun.
Double sun power!
We're just about done here. The Celtics are DED dead, and Sook's about off to the opera.
Yes. Well, the fat lady is about to sing for the Boston Celtics, and I guess it would be the fat man is about to sing. Falstaff. He's a jolly fat man.
Oh, is that what? Okay. I got a little bit of the down low about this show from BTJ and Oren when they came by earlier. It sounds like it's a kind of a spoofy comedic opera, which sounds really fun.
It's an old, fat, aging, knight who has a plan to try to seduce a couple rich women, and it does not go his way. So, yeah,
I like this.
He's kind of a fat loser that's trying to pull a fast one on some rich broads, and they say, nay.
Yeah,
It's I like seeing that Broadway shows, opera. It's a different experience. It's like step out of your comfort zone and do one of those.
Yeah, and I'm a total novice when it comes to taking in those experiences, but it doesn't mean you can't like them just because you're not familiar with the different operas, the plays, the whatever. It's more approachable than people make it seem. It's really easy to go and have a good time. Just enjoy the art.
Don Quixote? Is that what this opera is based on?
No,
I don't think so.
It's based on Shakespeare. It's based on a couple Shakespeare plays. I think it's it's a spoof and a take on two separate Shakespeare plays that they did it with, and it is in Italian as most operas are.
Based on the Hollinshead Chronicles.
Hollinshead Chronicles.
Sir Falstaff, the fictional character from Shakespeare's plays, is primarily based on Hollinshead Chronicles,
there you go.
which served as Shakespeare's source of material for his history plays.
Oh, there you go.
There you have it.
So it's based on the source material for Shakespeare.
I suppose so. Well, Sook is going to enjoy the theater. Will and I will enjoy the Preakness. Thanks to Big Ortner for holding it down behind the glass this week. Thanks to Big Sook for having me in. Still no wrap at the start of next week, but we will have Primetime for you from 3 to 7, starting on Monday at 3 o'clock. Thanks for joining us on 1080 The Fan. Good night, everybody.